It's the most wonderful time of the year. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Ho, 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 ho.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw him, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? And all of the others loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer will go down in history. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to shout and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph play in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? All of the reindeers loved him as they all shouted with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you go down in history.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Rosinha uli die sombranzelten maakt. Et zo te saluda antes de niga. Radzaudz en malak estrezas durante todo el memu. A nogi distancia como kupugi palu. Zangiman malak guafi. Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Chamoru Puritanota Kantai Matuno Nyagi Toru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria A big body is the same Paraiona, Parai Gloria, a big is the same.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir. And folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering the simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
Oh yeah, take it away, Joe. Good morning, Guam. 6:14 in the morning. We're back on a Tuesday with another brand new jam-packed show. You're tuned into The Link. Remember, this show probably brought to you guys by Calvo Enterprises and I-10E. We're back now with your hosts, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tinani. In the Zoom room, we have Andy Wheeler. Also here in studio, Jason Salas, myself, Victorious, and Joe Sir. Welcome and good morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Andy?
Good. This year is almost done. I can't. It's weird that Christmas is already like 4 days ago for us, because it doesn't seem like it. I mean, we already took down our decorations, which I wanted to keep them up, but, you know, the wife said no, and the cats were attacking them, so we figured it was time to put them away.
Okay, now I want to know something, Mr. Wheeler, because we all know like what a devoted family man you are, right? And I love how you said we, you know, in using a collective pronoun and everything. So you and your lovely wife, but did you involve your cats? Did they help in the disassembling of the holiday decorations?
Oh, they disassemble things on a regular basis, so yeah, and they supervised as well, a very watchful eye.
Nice. Oh. Matt, tell you what, guys, we have a friend of ours who deservedly so, I must say, Glenn Lujan. He's been with the show ever since the way beginning, back in March when the show was still called Containing COVID. But, you know, he's been waking up a little bit late, and everybody's like, okay, well, you know, he's a teacher, you know, they're on holiday breakdown. Glenn is one of the first people in to say Hafaday and good morning to Vic, Sabrina, Jason, Joe Sir, and everyone behind the scenes. Good morning, Glenn.
Morning, Glenn.
Good morning.
And if I can just paraphrase that one line from Apocalypse Now, is I love the smell of corn soup in the morning.
That does smell good.
Nobody got that. Really? Really?
Oh, we got it, Jason. Oh, we got it.
Yeah, and Andy's like, I got it, but it was like...
Yeah, we're just trying to move on.
All right, moving on.
Okay, well, also, Ohio is checking in. Vancouver, Washington. Jerome Herrera. Hi, Jerome. Long Beach, of course. Good morning to the LBC. Good morning, Andy, coming from Glen, too. Emma Olalia, good morning to you, and have a blessed day. Please all be safe. Thank you. Okay, and another friend of ours, Patsy Ekaninuk Tayano Javier. Good morning from Kentucky, but from Vine Grove, Kentucky. I wonder how close that is to Bardstown. How close to Debbie? I'm not really familiar with the Appalachian landscape and everything, so yeah, I'm gonna Google that. Oh, okay, and then Glenn, we said, because Glenn woke up early today, he goes, "Oh man, you went there, LOL." But good to have each and every one of you with us and everything like that. Link Fam is here.
Right, and let's start this off with the news. Days after he threatened to derail the coronavirus relief package unless Congress increased stimulus payments, President Trump abruptly changed course and signed the massive bipartisan bill and government funding package providing economic help to millions of struggling Americans and avoiding a government shutdown. Bafta Imam reports from Capitol Hill, where the House is expected to vote on a separate bill today to increase stimulus payments.
Hours after President Trump was seen at his Palm Beach golf course came official word that he signed the $900 billion coronavirus relief bill. The legislation, which also provides $1.4 trillion to fund the government through September, includes stimulus checks and extensions of federal unemployment benefits and eviction protection.
It's called the COVID relief bill.
It was a sudden shift. Just hours earlier, the president had retweeted a video of his demand to raise stimulus payments.
I'm asking Congress to amend this bill and increase the ridiculously low $600 to $2,000 or $4,000 for a couple.
In a statement, the president insisted that lawmakers take action on several of his top priorities, including holding a vote on increasing payments, reviewing protections for tech companies, and looking into election fraud. The House had already planned to vote today on a standalone bill to increase stimulus payments.
The Senate will come to order.
But it's expected to go nowhere in the Republican-controlled Senate. And because the president waited until Sunday to approve the relief package, more than 14 million Americans will lose a week's worth of unemployment benefits. Bafta Imam, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Expected to consider overriding President Trump's veto of the National Defense Authorization Act today. The president vetoed the bill last week, calling it a, quote, gift to China and Russia. The president has asked lawmakers to include limits on social media companies and to get rid of provisions that allow for the renaming of military bases that honor Confederate leaders. With President Trump signing the massive new COVID relief bill, the new law also approves an extension of the federal pandemic unemployment assistance program, which expired over the weekend. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The Guam Labor Department stopped accepting applications for the PUA program as of Sunday, but the new stimulus package will now extend the program through April of next year. Still, Labor Director David Della Sola says there might be a slight delay.
There's going to be a stoppage of several weeks to a month because anytime, as soon as this thing is signed, USDOL has to take the bill and put together an implementation, policies, procedures, written in ooples, and then we have a guide or guidances of how to move forward.
But once that's done, though, Della Sola expects a smooth transition.
From what we were able to look at and read, Flex is going to be as seamless as we could ask for. It looks like our existing PUA and FPUC accounts will be able to roll over. And all we need to do is reprogram the system.
Under the current PUA program, Guam was approved for some $900 million, but did not have enough qualified applicants to exhaust all the money. For those that do qualify, Della Sola says they continue to get the money out as fast as they can.
We've been cranking it out, and we've given over $58 million just in the month of December. And we batched 5 batches for this month. So to get everybody as much money for the holidays. And we'll continue to do that.
In fact, he says Tuesday they plan to batch another round of PUA with the $300 weekly lost wage assistance payments. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Governor Lulian Guerrero reacts to the president signing the relief package. Quote, our job is now to ensure that each of these programs is rolled out as quickly as our federal partners will allow. To that end, quote, I've instructed the appropriate local agencies to contact their federal counterparts and prepare for the new round of processes and bureaucracy that comes with any act of Congress. So much will depend on the policy guidance given to the states and territories, and our job is to make sure that benefits are issued as quickly as the federal process allows, and we will. Public Health continues vaccinations for 75 years of age and older individuals who've registered with their village mayor's office for the shot. Again, you must pre-register with your mayor's office first before heading to the vaccination clinic at Ukadu High School. Those who registered after 1 p.m. on the 26th can report to Ukadu today. Between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., only one escort per individual is allowed. Public health staff will also be on site to provide assistance to individuals requiring special accommodations to enter the vaccine clinic. Additionally, healthcare workers who qualify under Phase 1A who were unable to receive their vaccine may go to the clinic between 2:30 and 3 p.m. today and tomorrow. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports there were 11 new cases of COVID identified out of 559 tests performed by Public Health Sunday. This brings our current COVID case count to 7,281 with 121 deaths, 252 active cases, and more than 6,900 recoveries. There are a total of 19 hospitalizations, 5 in ICU and 2 on a ventilator. Guam's CAR score is 0.9. It looks like the skilled nursing facility in Barrigada Heights, which is currently serving as a COVID isolation facility, will be receiving more than just an HVAC upgrade. As hospital administrator Lillian Posada says, they've added a few more projects to their to-do list. Peter Santos has more.
With COVID hospitalizations maintaining below 20, the folks at the Guam Memorial Hospital have taken a moment to get some work done at the skilled nursing facility in Barrigada Heights. And according to hospital administrator Lillian Posadas, they're tackling more than just one project.
We're working with the vendor on the design, and it's not just now the HVAC, but we're looking at making sure that, excuse me, each of those 3 units, there's wings A, B, and C, have its own little pod of nurses station, isolation room, nurse call system. And that's what we put in the plan, in the alternate care facility plan that we submitted to FEMA, was just a small section of having a laboratory. Point of care testing is what we call it. Point of care testing for like immediate CBC analysis.
Posada says the goal is to be able to treat both COVID and non-COVID patients and ensure the facility is capable of providing an ICU level of care should a patient need it.
So that way, if we do have COVID patients in one wing, we can have non-COVID patients in another wing to keep them really separated. So that's the design that we're working with the contractor. We're looking at it to be more of a subacute, not so much acute, but subacute facility that we can then try and manage those patients who have COVID and their conditions are starting to deteriorate. We can manage them there, hopefully prevent them from going into a really high acute level such as ICU. And if they do, we'll try and manage it there. And so those are the plans of what we're looking.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
A Jigo family was reunited with their 7-year-old daughter who was reported missing. According to family members, search crews said that Avery Sandoval was found on the roof of their house along Evelyn Perez Road in the Chalan La Chance area in Jigo around 9:30 p.m. Family hadn't seen Avery since around 5 p.m. yesterday. Multiple units from GFD, GPD, as well as neighbors had been scouring the area for several hours last night trying to find her. According to her grandfather, it appeared Avery was hiding. Both parties are ready to proceed with former Joint Mayor Jesse Bloss's federal sentencing hearing. Bloss faces a maximum imprisonment term of 20 years for allowing drug trafficking through village mailboxes. He was indicted in September of last year and has since pled guilty to 1 count of extortion. In Chief Judge Francis Tadengo Gatewood's courtroom, the government plans to call up 3 witnesses. This includes confidential informant Brenda Kinian, FBI case agent Rafael Fernandez, and HSI Special Agent Erwin Farron. Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro says Kinian's direct examination is expected to take roughly 4 hours via Zoom. Sentencing is scheduled to occur in person at 8:30 on January 7th and continue through Friday, January 8th. Attorneys for Congressman Michelson Nicholas have filed a petition for redetermination of deficiency. In October of this year, the Department of Revenue and Taxation issued a notice of deficiency to the St. Nicholases, alleging that in tax year 2016, they were deficient by a little over $8,000 and issued a penalty of over $1,600. There were also questions regarding over $29,000 claimed for repairs and supplies to be qualified as an allowable deduction. The St. Nicholases are opposing the DRT notice and filed petition in the district court claiming the agency made incorrect assertions. His attorneys argue that DRT incorrectly asserts that repairs and supplies for income-producing property should be disallowed. Quote, that is plainly incorrect. The St. Nicholas are asking the court to order there are no additional liabilities, penalties, or interest due and owing. They are also asking they be awarded all their costs and attorney's fees. A handful of sports didn't make the cut for the upcoming semester. Come January 25th, student athletes can expect to get back into the game, but with restrictions. ISA League Director Al Garrido says although they are planning for medium and low-risk sports to continue in the spring, sports such as football, wrestling, rugby, and paddling will not be offered this year. The remainder of the school year has been divided into 2 blocks. A low-risk sports will take place during the first block, followed by medium-risk sports during the second block. Block 1 sports will include cross-country, girls and boys volleyball, softball, and tennis. Sports that are scheduled to take place during Block 2 include boys and girls basketball, boys baseball, track and field, and boys and girls soccer. There will be no spectators at any games unless guidelines allow for it, and only players, coaches, officials, and home team staff will be allowed to attend. Only players, coaches, officials, and home, as I said, will be allowed to attend. Coaches and athletic directors will be required to complete COVID-19 training prior to being hired, and all sports teams will be supplied with the equipment and supplies necessary to conduct safe practices. Health precautions have been implemented to prevent the spread of COVID. The ISA board is also recommending that coaches and players undergo testing for COVID-19 and is in support of the vaccine to help reduce the potential spread of the virus. However, testing and vaccination will remain optional. And finally, in between responding to calls, the Estumbo Fire Station's B Platoon treated over 300 children in their district to delicious ice cream on Sunday. According to firefighter Joshua Perez, the crew of 6 brainstormed what they could do to service the community. All of them agreed that they definitely wanted to do something for the kids, especially with it being right after Christmas, and Operation Ice Cream Truck came to fruition. With the help of Kat Garcia of Tropic Treats, over the course of 4 hours, the crew made their way through the 5 areas of Estumbo, announcing over the PA for the kids to come out and get some ice cream. The crew chipped in over $600 for the ice cream and believed all the kids' smiles and laughter made it worth every single penny. And that is your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
Okay! I'm Specialist Engineer Nicholas, Supply. I'm Specialist Kamal, Supply. Tamrinos, Administración.
Sergeant Street, Operations.
Our first class E chauffeur, sorry.
Alti Padilla, EXO. I am Captain Theron Mondia, Task Force Latvia Security Forces 3 Commander. On behalf of our HQ team, we'd like to wish you and your families a safe and blessed Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
In the the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Bene Niño starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Brother Peter Cruz, a.k.a. Holiday. And this one, Jingle Bell Rock. What an awesome version. 6:34 in the morning. We're back on The Link with Jason Salas and Sabrina Salas Matanani. Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room. The show being brought to you by Calvo Insurance, and Calvo Enterprises, and I-Teen-E. Welcome back to the show.
All right, thanks so much, Vic. And everybody, folks, my friends, my Link family, we got a really, really touching interview for you now, because last night, if you watched Primetime and you saw like on social media, our Joe Duncan-Charfers filed a report about the surviving family members of Roy Muñoz, someone who's known throughout the community to always be selfless, to do very, very good work. And unfortunately, he was the 82nd COVID-related fatality. So his family wants to do something to preserve his memory, and they've done just that because they've created the RAMP project, the Roy Anthony Muñoz Project, which makes communicating between family members and people that are hospitalized much, much easier. And Joan actually got some time, and she sat down with Savvy Diaz, who was generous enough to share memories of Roy, who was, of course, remembered as a devoted husband, father, grandfather, son, brother, everybody that knew Roy. He touched their lives, and certainly a very valued member of our island community, and we will miss him dearly. And as his daughter, Savvy, talked about her father's life and legacy and what his family is doing to make sure that his memory lives on.
Today, I'm Jonah Charfris, and joining me via Zoom, I have Savvy Diaz. Hafaday.
Hafaday, Joan.
So the reason why I actually wanted to talk to you, I had seen over the weekend the Roy Anthony Muñoz project, and I wanted to find out more about it. I know that it was in honor and in memory of your dad. And, you know, I definitely want to get to the project and its purpose, but we know that it wouldn't be possible without your dad. And you know, for many people that, you know, maybe listen to the news and kind of keep up to date, they only knew your dad as the 82nd COVID related fatality. But for those that did know him, you know, he was a devoted and loving husband, father, grandfather, son, brother. You know, for those that weren't lucky enough to know him, how would you describe your dad?
Sorry, you're just making me get emotional, but he, you know, he was a family man, and he was always, you know, he was known for checking in on everybody, and he was very involved in my sister and I's life, you know, and he couldn't get enough of spending time with his three grandchildren, my two daughters and my sister Tiara's daughter Selah. And so, you know, and a lot of people didn't know this about him, but he was a very, you know, giving person. He would make it a point to, he was known in the homeless community as someone that really helps. You know, he would go to them, just talk to them, make it an effort to try and get them to get housing by taking them personally to help them sign up for it, helping them with their kids, you know, even taking this blind homeless man to his doctor's appointments. He didn't believe in getting recognition for these things, but he is a type of person that, you know, he was. Sorry.
And you know, the thing about it too is like going through some of the photos of your dad, he's always smiling. I think he has that infectious smile. And of course, I see it in like you and your sister too. Like the smile is just, you know, it resembles your dad. How can you take us back to, I guess, when and where he found out that he was COVID positive?
So, you know, it just crept up really fast. You know, he's very vigilant, you know, in making sure that he doesn't go out that often, and that he's very concerned about sanitation. So it was very shocking when he did get sick, and even up to, he even had the oxygen meter, so he was monitoring that as well. And so on October 19th, which was my birthday, actually, we were just talking casually. And that night he just wanted to get fresh air because he felt short of breath. And so he told my mom, you know, his oxygen was at 85. And he said, if I feel like this in the morning, I'm just going to go in and get checked. And I think he tried getting checked a few days prior, but at the time, they were only saving the tests for people that really had symptoms, you know, and he didn't really have anything other than maybe feeling slightly under the weather. And so when he went in that morning, we found out that 85 is just way too low. And that's something that we didn't know at the time. I think if you're under 94, it's already bad. And so they rushed him straight to the hospital from AMC. And from then he was just there. So it was 15 days that he was there. And, you know, as you can tell, he's a very positive person. And he went in well aware of the situation and what was happening at the hospital, how the medical teams are overloaded, you know, just the craziness of everything. And he went in positive, but it was quite a struggle for him, you know, as time went on. And so that's why we wanted to start this project, because it really brought to light. And unfortunately that you have to go through a situation like this to understand what's happening if you're not in the front line, you know. So unfortunately, it took this situation to realize what people are going through. But I think my family and I feel compelled that we have to do something just to make it better for everybody else going through it right now.
I know you were mentioning, you know, prior to us starting to record the Zoom, you know, during that time when he's in the hospital, you know, family members can't be present. And I was mentioning to you too, like when my daughter's boyfriend was in the hospital, and she said that it wasn't so much the physical, it was more of the emotional toll it took, because you're not there. And how was that for the family? Did you communicate through phone calls and FaceTime?
Yes, I think we were fortunate in this whole unfortunate situation that he was tech savvy. He was able to call us. He was prepared. So he brought his phone. He had his charger and everything. And so from the get-go, he was communicating with us. And so that was great. But even at that, I think when people go to the hospital, it's a time when families pull together and even friends, and you visit, you support physically. You never leave your family member by themselves. It's just something that I think everybody can understand, that we don't do. But with this situation with COVID, we all understand the situation and how it could spiral out of control if, we start letting people in and, to take care of your loved ones, and then you end up having to be hospitalized. It could snowball into that. And so we understand, but it's very heartbreaking. It's so horrible. And just to think that we were fortunate that he could do that. And there could be so much, maybe other people that don't have their phones or that don't know how to facilitate video calls. So, I think the boards were just a start. There's already another project that I want to work on now that we got that out there.
Speaking of the boards, how soon after? I know you were already mentioning that when your dad was in the hospital, there was already that issue of communicating, and that's kind of how the idea came about. How soon after your dad passed that the project kind of, I know that you mentioned that you worked with the GMH staff in finding out what exactly they need and what they can use to help better facilitate correspondence between a COVID patient and family.
I wanted to, like I said, we got the board to him the day before he passed away. And ever since then, I've been dying to get these boards, but I wanted to do it the right way. And so I think it wasn't till maybe 3 weeks ago that we started talking. I reached out to Lillian Perez Posadas, and I was so grateful that, she took the time with her busy schedule to listen to me. And from there, she had her assistant, Theo Pangilinan, kind of bring the board sample to the nursing administrators there to take a look at it and see what would work, what needed to be adjusted. And so once that happened, the ball got rolling really quickly, and we just got it in. Thankfully, we got it in on Christmas Eve. So I'm, hoping, and I didn't want to bother them, but I'm hoping that, people really were able to use it and maybe say, things that they wanted to say by writing, because my dad really tried. He loves to talk, and he would, if we meet up with him, he would talk our ears off. Like, so for him to be on oxygen and just trying to repeat himself to say something that's like a 3-letter word, trying to draw it out in the air for us to understand him, because the oxygen machine was so loud, is really difficult. So hopefully the boards were able to just help out in any small way.
I know, so it's 2-sided board, right? So the one side is like a dry erase board, right? And then the other side.
I wish I brought it with me, but it's out there. But yes, one side is the dry erase for them just to elaborate. The other side is it just kind of addresses all needs. So the basic physical needs, and like whether you want to get up, turn to the side, or if your lips are dry, if you want it wet, water, pillow, blanket. And I've just been doing a research on just patient advocacy in general, and the simplest thing as a blanket or pillow can make a humongous difference. Sometimes they're not able to say that. How do they get that out in time, before the nurses are done with their job? So hopefully this will things just so much easier also for the medical staff. I'm sure it's hard for them not knowing what the patients are feeling.
So when was it that you and your family made so when was it when you and your family made the delivery to GMH of these boards?
It was the morning of Christmas Eve. So thankful that we were able to make it there in time for Christmas. Yeah, Theo met us out in the front, and he said he would get it straight up to the COVID ward. So I'm really grateful about that. And since we've kind of put it out there, there's been other people asking for it for people that are not in the COVID ward, because they also cannot have their family members there to support them, and some of them do have a difficulty speaking.
About how many boards did you donate to GMH?
And so we were basing off of the numbers right now. So and it was also a little bit difficult to find these size boards, and so we just made 30 for now, which is more than enough for, I think there's only 17 COVID patients right now. But now that we have the template, we know what's needed, we can make it as needed. And I think, that's why I didn't realize at the time, but I did a GoFundMe page just to keep it going in case, other people, it seems like other people need these as well. And even for non-hospitalized people who have someone mentioned their mom had a stroke and she can't really speak or communicate, and so she was asking for a board. And so, I think I didn't realize that it could be used like that as well. And so, and just to bring that to light, my second project is to have dedicated tablets in each COVID isolation room. And, the hospital does have tablets, but they're limited in that the entire hospital can't have visitors. And so they're also using it for the other wards. And so, but these COVID patients are specifically, uniquely stressed, given that COVID is so unknown. They don't really know what's going to happen. They're really isolated in that. We also have to watch out for our medical team as well. And so I think that having these tablets there where the doctors can facilitate a call at the point where they're briefing the patient, and also when the nurses come to doing their rounds, could really ease the patient. And normally families would be there during those crucial times. But I think that we could leverage technology and bring them to them, during these times. And the patients during these sometimes may feel emotional and maybe not really comprehend exactly what's happening. And so to have the family there at the same time will enable the family to communicate to their family member and support them better. Because I think that was a struggle that we had, is that we, of course the nurses and doctors would keep us updated, but to exactly know how to support my dad and to go off what they were telling him, was really hard. And I think they also get overwhelming call center or, the nurses station. So our hopes is that this will ease the burden on the nursing station as well. And, if families know that they're going to be able to be there during these meetings, I'm certain that they'll make it a point to be available during those times, because otherwise they would be there, physically with them. And so that's the second project. And also to get the stands for the tablets so that they can kind of roll it around the room as needed.
And we're seeing the numbers, the COVID numbers decrease, and they're rolling out the vaccinations slowly. But there's still that need out there for the community to remain vigilant, to continue to wear the masks and practice social distancing. Is there anything that you wanted to get out to the community to really emphasize that and to still, keep your guard up?
Yeah, I mean, we were so vigilant, and yet it still impacted us in the worst way you can imagine, and you just don't know. And so you just have to constantly be careful, because I think it's just been said so many times, it's an invisible enemy. You don't know where it's at. And so, just being mindful of that and not feeling like, not giving into being tired of this, and just saying, whatever, you still have to do your part so that we don't go back there. Because when my dad was there, it was at the height of the hospitalizations. Horrible, it's horrible to know that there's that many people there, and that and when there's that many people there, the nurses and the doctors are stretched thin, and there's only so much they can do as humans, and so we don't want to go back there.
No, if there's any family, and you mentioned that some had actually reached out to you to find out how they can avail of the boards. I guess if they want to, whether it be COVID or non-COVID patients, how's the best way to kind of go about it?
So created a Facebook page. It's facebook.com/Roy Anthony Munya Project, or they can email me at the royanthonymunyaproject.com. I think Facebook would probably be the easiest, because you could just message the page and I'll respond there. And if there's anybody or even organizations on island that want to help out, there's the donation page, or you can reach me directly. But I'd really love to get the ball rolling on this next project, and just get those tablets in there, to bring the families together with the patient on a regular basis.
And is there anything else that you wanted to get out? I know that you had mentioned that the dedicated staff at GMH, when your father was there, and is there anything that you wanted to get out to maybe them?
I just like to say thank you for your hard work and the sacrifices that you guys are taking, constantly worrying about your own family, your own safety, and still willing to come in to help the community, is so admirable. And we want to help you too. I can see the community coming together to help you guys, and that's part of one of the projects that we want to work on as well. And you guys are so brave to see all this happening, support the families, and still hold it together. Thank you.
Savvy, anytime that you need to get the word out, whether it be getting assistance and really pushing ahead on this second project or anything, please, you know how to get a hold of us, and we'll definitely get the word out there so the community can come together and make this come to fruition.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan.
And of course, more importantly, thank you, Savvy, and thank you to the Munya family for doing such amazing work, certainly to preserve the life and legacy of a member of our tightly knit island community taken too soon. And again, as Savvy was saying, if you would like to find out more about the RAMP project, RAMP, Roy Anthony Munya Project, that is the Facebook page. So just check it out, facebook.com/Roy Anthony Munya Project. Very, very good work. Please check it out. Please add your comments too, because we would love to know how you feel about this. And the link will continue. We've got Reventax director Daphne Shimizu when the link continues right here on Facebook and KUM TV and The Breeze 93.9. Please stay with us.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Nobenen Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Okay! Our specialist engineer Nicholas, supply. I'm specialist Kamal, supply. Familinos, administración.
Sergeant Suite, operations.
Our first class Alicia, first sergeant.
Altipadilla, EXO. I am Captain Darren Mondia, Task Force Latvia, Security Forces 3 Commander. On behalf of our HP team, we'd like to wish you and your families a safe and blessed Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
It's exactly 7 o'clock. We are back on the show. Another hour, jam-packed show here on The Link. We are KUAM FM in Hagutney, Guam. It's Breeze 93.9 FM. The Link, this show being brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and ITDE. We're back with your host, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tinani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, myself, Victorious, with another hour of The Link. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go straight back into the Zoom room where we have the Director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation, Daphne Shimizu, joining us and giving us an update on all the numerous and multiple things going on over at Reventex. Good morning, Daphne.
Half a day, Bree. Half a day, Andy. Half a day, all the Link listeners on Guam and all across the country and probably around the world. So shout out to everybody. So I know that, there are a lot of things that people have questions about with regards to DRT. I think in particular, of course, is the bill that was signed by President Trump just the other day.
Yes.
And that was something that we've been watching. And actually, of course, I think even since the summer, there was speculation about a second round of EIP. And so, of course, Congress has been working, I think, since then, I think, and most especially now, as we're getting close to the end of the year, to try to get some type of help out to, our people across the nation who are really suffering. So, I think the number one question we're getting is, of course, when are the second round of EIP payments going to be released? And that's something, I want to make sure that I share up front, of course, what's involved in the process on for the insular areas. Of course, there are 5 insular areas, Guam is included in those insular areas. What's involved with us or for us is, of course, we do have to work with the IRS and the Treasury. Of course, we went through this process early on. We had time that the CARES Act first passed back on March 27th, which was March 28th Guam time, 2020. Of course, we worked on our EIP implementation plan. The EIP implementation plan did not get approved by the IRS and the Treasury until May 4, almost midnight Guam time. So, we don't expect that there will be that much time that is involved, but we definitely will have to be working with our federal counterparts just to make sure, of course, that we understand what we call, of course, the insular area rollout or the territory rollout is going to happen. And we make sure that we understand as well, of course, there are differences between the IRS and, of course, the insular areas. And I think that it's very clear from the language of the bill. Of course, we've been trying to read through the bill as well and understand it, so that we have good questions and good conversations with our counterparts when we do meet with them. But, one of the items that really does kind of stand out, if you look at page 1,970 of that 5,600 and some page document, there is a section regarding the payment deadline. And so, the payment deadline for the domestic rollout, and when we say domestic in tax administration, we're talking about the domestic rollout in the continental United States. So there's a deadline for that, and it appears that the deadline for the domestic rollout is January 15th, 2021. But on page 1,970, you'll find that what it is the federal government recognizes the fundamental differences between the territories and the, of course, what goes on with the IRS in the continental United States. And the deadline that was indicated in the bill, and of course, this is something that we're going to have to discuss with the IRS and the Treasury. There were, the language states, and I'm sorry I don't have it right in front of me, but it states something to the effect of the deadline for payment for the mirror code territories, and we are a mirror code territory because we mirror the Internal Revenue Code. The deadline for the mirror code territories is the earlier of a date that the Secretary, and we believe that's the Secretary of the Treasury, indicates, or September 30, 2021. So there is that deadline that is indicated, and again, it does, really, I guess, show that the federal government does recognize, again, the fundamental differences between the territories and, of course, what goes on in the continental United States. Now, that's not to say, of course, that we're going to wait, because we never wait. We're constantly working, and I will tell you, our team has been discussing this even since the summertime. And so we're determined to make sure that we get payments out to our people as soon as possible. I have been in contact with the Internal Revenue Service myself, making sure that, we are going to meet as soon as possible. Of course, again, I think that, of course, as we have been watching what's been happening on the nationwide news, I think that, of course, the series of events that happened were probably a bit unexpected. I think, of course, Secretary Mnuchin did come out last week and state that, he believed that the payments were going to begin to be coming out as soon as this week, when I guess on the domestic side, but because of of course after the review of the president, and I guess some concerns that he has about the amounts, which of course as you know, and I think all of our people know, it's different from the first round of EIP in that the first round of EIP was $1,200, $2,400, and then $500, and that's for a single filer, a joint filer, and then their dependents respectively. And now what we see is it's $600, $600, and $600 for those same groups respectively. So, we see that fundamental difference. But again, Our team has been working in the background. We since last week, when there was talk about Congress passing this, and it seemed very, pretty imminent, and it was going to happen, that our team had begun to talk with our IT people. We've already begun to, identify, put together our checklist to make sure that we are ready to roll this out as soon as possible. Again, we don't have information yet on when that will happen. That's really dependent upon our discussions with the IRS and the Treasury, how quickly we can get through those and how quickly we can get, of course, the funds to be transferred to, our coffers here on Guam. But again, we are determined, and we're not waiting. I've been trying to also communicate with my counterparts. I've been up since probably like 2, 3 in the morning this morning, just, checking my emails, making sure that I'm not missing anything. And, again, just so that we can make sure we get those monies to our people. And that's number one. So as soon as we do get any information, we'll do our best to go ahead and provide that information to our people. But I can say that we have learned from the first round. Again, we're hopeful that this is going to not take as long as it did in the first round in order to get through the discussions. But we're, going to work through this. And, again, our charge is to make sure that we do this and we do it properly, and that we make sure we take care of our people. And as you know, Bree, that's always been number one for us is, we're here to serve. And, I want to make sure that our people, our community know, we recognize the challenges that we've been facing. We're part of that as well. We have family, we're part of the community. I say that I'm a true Guam girl, very Southern, and and I love our people and I love our community, and I promise that we're going to do our best to get those monies out to our people as soon as possible. So that's number one. Also, as you know, we still have been running the first round of EIP, and so we're slated to pay out that first round of EIP by the end of this year, which is December 31, and we are required by law to pay out the EIP, the advanced EIP, for all of those individuals who have filed. And so the deadline for filing was November 21 for the non-filer forms, and it was October 15 for those people who filed actual tax returns. Our team is gearing up to go ahead and make those payments out. I believe that the checks will be processed tomorrow so that we can get those out and get them out to the Treasurer of Guam before the end of the week. So hopefully people will be able to get those last round of payments for the first round of EIP, and so we can start focusing on the second round. We're also, again, I think one of the other topics that's really important and huge that people talk about is refunds, and where we are with refunds. This year it was a little bit different, and I'm sure Bree and Andy, you're very familiar with a permanent injunction that occurred back in 2013, and Judge Consuelo Marshall at that time, did issue, of course, a judgment which stated that basically, in kind of lay terms, that refunds should be paid within 6 months of the due date or the date filed, whichever is later. And so, usually in a regular year, the due date is April 15. We do know that, of course, back in late March, the federal government made a change because of the issues that we were having with the public health emergency, across the nation and around the world. And so, that date was moved to July 15. Now, so that means that, of course, we did, as you know, we have been making payments of refunds regularly, and we did make payments through April 15 as of the end of October, which is about when we do normally make payments, and continuing to do our best to make payments on those. I believe that as of this week, we've made payments through June 24 filing date, and of course we're going to continue to make payments to our people. We're determined to continue to make payments with on a weekly basis as we have been, and I think we've been pretty consistent. Our team has been working very well, of course, with DOA, with Director Byrne, and we're grateful to them and the Treasurer, for their continued support as we move forward with that. So that's one. And we also have the Atsuda Imengafa Help for Families program, which we are running as well. The law allows for us to make payments all the way until March 31, 2021. We have been, working to try to get as many payments out as before the end of the year as we can. Our team is also slated to make sure that we work to make payments out before the end of the year as well. So, we're in addition to the refunds and the EIP, the payments for Azudium and Guffa are also, slated to be processed again this week, and we'll get those out and we'll get the information out to our people.
Wow, that was a lot. I'm sorry. Did you talk about the deadline to file taxes? Is that...
So the deadline to file taxes is, of course, usually it's April 15, and that I think there was 1 year where it did change because of Constitution Day. Outside of this year where it moved to July 15. Again, it was extended because of the pandemic. There was, I think, a year when it was moved, I think, to like April 17 or 18, something like that, because of Constitution Day in Washington, D.C. But it is April 15, and, that continues to stand. Where we are right now, though, as you know, usually Bree and Andy, and Jason, we actually do usually open up our filing period in end of January. We follow the IRS, and we're in the midst of all of this, and of course preparing to do second round. We're also working to prepare so that people can begin to file their tax returns. It is a little bit complicated, though, because of course, the second round of EIP, I think, makes it a little bit complicated for the IRS. Already they have begun to work on the 1040s and any updates that are needed, because there has to be a special line on the form because of the EIP, right, which has to be reported on your return. So, I think even if you read some of the articles on the national news, the IRS also needs to address the second round of EIP in the 1040s. So, I think we're hopeful, and we're going to prepare, that we're going to start timely, which is usually around January 27 or 28 when we begin to receive returns. It's not clear at this time whether or not there may be delays because of the IRS having to make some adjustments to their forms.
Mm-hmm. What's the status of operations over at DRT with some of the easing of the restrictions by the governor?
Well, so, there has not been, although there's been an easing of restrictions by the governor in the private sector for businesses, we haven't noticed any easing of restrictions in terms of the government operations. We're still operating by appointment only, and that's how we're operating until there is an adjustment. But Bree, we are working on a plan already. Our team has been for the last several weeks as our CAR score has remained below 5. We are anticipating that, or we're preparing for there to be a relaxing of restrictions in terms of government operations, and so that we can have a seamless kind of a transition from an appointment only to another type of system once that happens. But what we have done, of course, we've been working, like we call it a bubble schedule, which is an alternating kind of work group schedule. What we're doing now is we're actually kind of moving out of an alternating work group schedule and having more of our team members at the office. And, I think it only kind of makes sense at this point now, since, of course, there is some relaxing of restrictions, that we're, able to have more people in our building. And so we're gearing up to have more people in our building. We're kind of trying to come back to 100% in terms of, operating at 100% of our capacity. And again, in anticipation of, additional kind of restrictions or relaxing of restrictions in government operations. And, of course, as you know, we have many mandates, and, in addition to kind of our usual tasks, we're also kind of gearing up as well to make sure that we can process payments. I will share, our team, usually on a regular basis, we, even outside of a pandemic, we do work a lot of overtime in order to make sure that we can pay our people refunds and things on time. What we have done is, and I'm very proud of them, is we've really worked to, because we knew we needed to get out the EIP, the first round, by December 31. We really had a good amount of our branches, the tax branches, and even some non-tax branches, helping our EDP, Central Files and Income Tax Processing Group, to try to get all the payments out, Bree, by December 31 for the economic impact payment program. It was a bit daunting as we thought about it over the last several months. It was also, I think we're concerned about the possibility of not meeting the deadline. I'm very proud of our team for pulling together and really kind of digging deep and just, making sure that we allocated our resources where we needed to. And that was, again, to our income tax processing team so that we can make sure we get payments out. Our mandates are important, our people are important, and make these payments out and to meet the mandate of December 31 was something that was very critical for us. So that's what we've been working on.
One of the things that is continuously popping up on our live stream comments is concerns and complaints about the phones, that they're busy, they get voicemail, it gets disconnected, no one's answering. And I know in previous conversations we've had was that there was this plan to create some sort of like a call center over at DRT. And people are asking,
right.
what's the number, that a working number?
Right. And so what we did issue our volume 9. We do have what we call the COVID-19 services series, and we started issuing, I think we issued our first volume back in mid-March, right after right after the public health emergency was called. Now, what we have done in this most recent volume, and I will share it with you, Bree, if I haven't already, and with Jason and Andy, what we have done is we've worked to identify just general call numbers that you can call so that people can contact our branches, and also general email addresses so it's easier for us to be contacted, and so that we have multiple people that are monitoring emails. I also do answer phone calls because people call my line directly, and I want to make sure that I panel them to the appropriate individual. And I know our team has been working to try to get or to make sure that we get calls answered as soon as possible. And we're continuing to try to improve on that. I believe that over the last month, we've probably seen, a significant improvement in terms of our answering phones and things, only because we've really been focusing on it, and we're going to continue to focus. Now, what we were trying to do, and just to share kind of some background on trying to do a remote call center, because we were doing alternating work group schedules, what we were trying to do, Bree, was to have it where when we have one work group that's not on schedule, we have them operating out of a different location. And we had been working with the Office of Technology on that. And that's something that the last time I spoke with you, I think maybe about a month ago, they were kind of getting ready to run cables, and our team had already put together a plan for that. But now we're kind of getting to a point where we're actually kind of open up 100% at our actual location in Barragata. So our focus has had to move from trying to have some people off site to having all of our people kind of on site and making sure that we're there. And not to say that we will not kind of relook at that idea, but our plan, our plan at this point is just to make sure that we're 100% in our agency, that we're working to kind of address the main issues that we're dealing with, again, which is the trying to get the last round of EIP out, trying to get the Mangutha out. We've been also working on procurement, making sure that we utilize the monies that, of course, Governor and Lieutenant Governor made sure that they allocated to us of the coronavirus relief monies for enhancement of our systems, which, of course, as you know, the original deadline for the use of the monies was December 30, which is tomorrow, and which I believe that this particular measure, which was signed by President Trump, there is an extension of the coronavirus relief fund money procurement. So, we've been working on those. And so, again, I think now our focus has kind of shifted. The infrastructure and the support for trying to get a remote call center is still there. But now what's happening is, as I mentioned to you last time, we did have 160 computers that we were able to purchase. The Office of Technology has begun to get those set up so that our team can begin to work on them. And I actually was getting a message from one of my team members just last night who said, the computer is so fast and it's just beautiful. And so we're very happy and excited for the team. So our focus has been on that. Our focus has been on trying to get the resources at our agency at this time. And just because, again, we're moving to an environment where perhaps we're going to probably be more 100% at our agency and not have an alternating work schedule. Of course, with the vaccine and there is a hope that, we'll be able to get past this whole public health emergency very soon and, not have to wear our masks and not have to worry about wearing, face shields and things like that. But I'm very proud of all of our people, that our CAR score has gotten so low. And I think, my family stateside, they're indicating that in California and other areas where they're actually seeing, more restrictions being placed on them, where here we are on Guam. I think, I'm very happy to say that, our CAR score has been low and we're actually seeing more relaxing of restrictions. So I think it's an indication of, I hope it's an indication of where we're headed, and that, we're at kind of a turning point in all of this, and again, that we can get past this. So our focus has changed. Sometimes we have plans and they end up getting diverted, and we don't get to them as soon as we'd like. My one team member was mentioning, she said to me, she goes, and I'm not the one who said this, Daphne, but you go 160 miles a minute and we're trying to keep up with you. And she had to say, I'm not the one who said it, but you know what? I like to get things done. I sometimes, if you notice, I talk a little bit fast. I'm trying my best to, as we have these interviews, to get better at talking a little bit slower. Not everybody's Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I do have to say, when I watch you, I really admire the fact that I admire just kind of your composure. But, I'm doing my best here. So
hey, Daphne's awesome.
Yeah, Daphne, you are awesome.
Bree doesn't know this, but I've been a big fan of hers for many years.
Oh.
So. Anyway.
Daph, I don't know if you can see it on Zoom, but Bree is really, really blushing right now.
Is she blushing?
Yeah.
Underneath my mask. Yeah.
No, but it's true. I think, you guys do a great job. Obviously, my technical area, my area of expertise is not public speaking, unfortunately, but I'm doing my best here. But you know what, my focus has been and of course the focus of our administration has been, is to make sure that we serve our people in, making sure that not only do we do our regular mandates, but of course all these additional mandates which have come through this year, that we make sure that we follow them and that we do our best to, again, serve. I take it very seriously that, the resources that are provided to me are, of course, these are government resources, and we're stewards of them, and we have a responsibility to take care of them. And, I come from the private sector, and I recognize that it's taxpayer dollars, yours and mine, that pay for our salaries, my salary, and I take it very seriously. So, we've had to work to be as agile as possible, Bree and Jason and Andy. We're, where we again have some plans, it sometimes changes, and, we have to pivot as quickly as possible to address as things go on. But, again, we are preparing to try to open up 100% and to try to, again, to make sure that we're prepared as much as possible for any relaxing of restrictions, but we're still also waiting for that to happen, and just like everyone else.
Dev, I wanted to follow up on the round 2 for the COVID relief stimulus checks. Zudem and GAFA, that was introduced by Senator Amanda Shelton, and I believe it was to address some of the deficiencies, right, with the first program. Do you know, in the 7,000-page COVID relief package part 2, if it addresses those deficiencies, or should we look ahead to a Zudem and GAFA part 2 bill?
Well, so those are a couple of good questions. And for the first question that you ask regarding, whether or not the gap that was identified back in, even early on when CARES Act was just passed, to address that there were, of course, dependents, in particular dependents who are college-age students, and who are dependents who are, attending college and who are still, of course, very much dependent on their taxpayer parents and guardians, and also disabled dependents of any age. Those were a gap that was identified, and and addressed in Zudem and GAFA on the local front. My understanding, as I've read through the bill, and I do need to clarify this, but my understanding is that the dependent eligibility hasn't been adjusted. Again, that's kind of a cursory review. So the thing about it is Bree and Andy and Jason, as you know, in this particular measure, my understanding is that there was not any additional aid to the states and territories that was provided for in this particular bill that was signed. I mean, in terms of, what is called the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And as you recall, there were multiple streams of monies that were deposited into our government. Of course, there was the Economic Impact Payment Program, right? Then there was the coronavirus relief monies. The coronavirus relief monies, as you recall, and you know what, I am by far not the expert on this because I do defer, of course, to the expert who is the DOA director, Ed Byrne, and also the BBMR director, Lester Carlson, but I can speak in generalities about it. But those monies, of course, were used to fund program in Salepi. They were also, I believe, used to fund some of the rent relief programs and other things, of course, on the local front. The different programs, of course, that Governor and Lieutenant Governor had worked on this year. You know, that although the funding was extended in this particular measure that was signed by President Trump yesterday, there is no additional funding that has been provided in terms of the coronavirus relief monies. So, you know, I don't know, and I can't really speak on where we are with the total fund and how all of the monies are going to be utilized or allocated. I can only really speak on the fact that, you know, Rev and Tax has been working to utilize the monies to enhance our system so that we can, you know, come into the 21st century and, you know, modernize and make sure that we get our services to our people where we are able to, you know, utilize online platforms. But in terms of, you know, of course, the gap, I believe that was not addressed. And, you know, again, I don't know about if there's available funding for such type of a program, if that were, of course, the desire of the legislative body.
So you know, you are part of the cabinet. So have you heard anything on when we might see these easing of restrictions for government of Guam agencies that would allow DRT to reopen?
No, you know what? Unfortunately, I have not heard at all. I actually have been, we're at our DRT office all the time and just kind of focusing. And, you know, I have not heard, but as soon as I guess we do hear, we'll let you know. But, you know, of course, we are contemplating that it will happen because, again, you know, we're seeing this pattern. And I think if you look at kind of the pattern as well, Bree, and, you know, I think that how we have seen it was that I think in general, usually we see a relaxing of restrictions, I think, on the private sector side, and then the government side will follow. And so that's what we're expecting as well. But I don't have any idea.
Okay. You know, since we last spoke, there have been other issues aside from COVID that have popped up. And even just as recent as yesterday with this petition that was filed in the district court by Congressman Michael St. Nicholas and his attorneys regarding this notice of deficiency that was sent to him in October. Can you tell us a little bit more about this notice that was sent?
Okay, well, you know what, I mean, I think I can really just, you know, provide a few comments. One, my number one comment, and, you know, as administrators for tax, and of course in my role as director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation, you know, one of my number one jobs is to make sure that we safeguard taxpayer information. So, you know, I even if I had information, I couldn't speak on any specific taxpayer because it's my job to make sure I protect all taxpayers. So, you know, that's number one. You know, I can speak in general terms where, you know, of course, our team, you know, we actually, I think in general, in terms of collections, when we talk about rev and tax, you know, collections is one of our number one mandates. And if you look in Title 11, you'll see that collections and enforcement, and of course licensing. Those are the three main things that are indicated in our enabling legislation. Our job is to protect taxpayers, but also our job is also to make sure that we, you know, again, I'm speaking in general terms. I'm not speaking on the case. In fact, I had just heard about that just recently, so I really have no comment on it. But, you know, our job is also to make sure that we safeguard, you know, and we perfect any claim that, you know, the government may have in any tax liability that's outstanding. So, you know, we do have that role as well. But again, I can't speak on anything, on any specific taxpayer, and I don't have any comments on that at this
So
time.
then, I guess then in general, when is the notice of deficiency issued?
You know what, I can say, and in fact, I'm glad that you bring this up because, you know, we have been working to make sure that we continue to send out our notices. I believe we have like 30, 60, 90-day notices, but something that's going to be happening very soon, Bree, is that, and this is something that the IRS does, and we've been working to try to make sure that we follow, is we will be sending out what's called annual notices of collections. So in the next, I think by end of Feb, we're going to be sending out notices to everybody. And this is the same process that the IRS follows, we follow as well. Again, it's our responsibility to make sure that we advise taxpayers of their outstanding tax liability so that way, and you know, just to share, you know what, our job is also to help people to come into compliance. So we have been advocates for, and I've been, you know, as many times as possible, I try to let people know, if you get a notice of deficiency, if you get a notice that you have a tax liability, you know, we're here to try to work with you. Our team, you know, does work with taxpayers on a case-to-case basis, and most especially, you know, during this time when, you know, we are going through such a kind of a serious situation where we've seen, you know, people really suffering because of the public health emergency. So, you know, it's, you know, our part of what the challenge is, of course, you know, our job is collections, and we want to do our best to collect. But the opposite side of it is, you know, there is also a very, you know, a huge need right now for compassion for our people. So, you know, it's a very difficult kind of task that we have, is to try to balance that out. But, you know, we're doing our best to. So we do send notices out. And of course, you know, again, you know, with regards to the particular matter regarding Congressman Snodgrass, I really don't have any comment on it. But you know what, if you don't mind though, I didn't have the chance to congratulate him on his reelection last month. So, you know, I want to say congratulations to Congressman Snodgrass. And, you know, of course, our administration, and, you know, we want to make sure we work together with Congressman Snodgrass and his team, you know, to serve our people. So I wanted to just kind of throw that in there, as I hadn't had the chance to say that to him.
Yeah. Oh, I also, another issue that is came up within, that was Andy calling, one of the other issues that has come up since we last spoke was what's been happening on session floor, and what the bill that is before the governor, and that's Bill 368. And in a way, some people, and there's also a comment here on our live stream about rev and tax, because initially rev and tax opposed the legislation, and then minutes before session they received a copy of an amended version, and then supported it. And I'm just trying to understand how rev and tax would support legislation that would allow for the outsourcing of a private company to come up with rules and regulations for this cigarette tax stamp bill, and then not only come up with the regulations, then enforce it and pay the private company anywhere between $2 to $4 million, when Rev and Tax had testified during the September public hearing that you could pay us or give us $300,000 and we could do the job. So if you could, you know, what is DRT's official position? And is this something that DRT should be doing?
Okay, so with regards to Bill 368-35, and of course with regards to certain matters, I've actually recused myself just because of the, I guess, the potential of there being a perceived or actual conflict of interest. And so I actually, in terms of Bill 368-35, and there have been some bills as well relating to, I think, alcohol and cigarettes that I have not, you know, of course, been involved in. So that's something, you know, that I'd have to defer to my team on in order to respond. But I have not, you know, again, I've had to recuse myself, again, just because of the perceived, there being some type of perceived conflict of interest that people may, you know, exist.
Mm-hmm. Could you at least give us an update on whether or not the rules and regulations have since been completed with the guidance of the Attorney General?
And so I would have to, again,
Okay.
I think that we can provide you with that information, Bree. I will work to get our team to provide that information to you. You know, that's something, again, that I would have to defer to someone else to assist you with.
Okay. Well, thank you, Daphne. Yes? Oh, we do have a question.
Yeah. Sorry. Hi, Daphne. We got a caller just a second ago. They were asking the question for the 2020 real property taxes. They're asking, when is it coming?
Oh, thank you, because that was something I forgot to mention. Okay, so usually you'll see our real property tax statements be issued, I think, in the beginning of December. What we have done in last week and this week is those have been mailed out just last week and this week. So I believe people should start seeing them in the mail if they haven't already. And if you haven't, then I believe I'd like to say the last batch will be sent out by the end of this week. And so, you know, the deadlines for real property taxes are still the Feb and the April 20 dates. So Feb 20, April 20. So the first installment is due February 20. The second installment will be due April 20, but you'll start seeing those come out. If you haven't already, you'll see them in the next week or so. Mm-hmm. But thank you for mentioning that. That was one item I had forgotten to talk about.
I just wanted to ask about vaccinations as DRT prepares to reopen. Is your staff in line?
You know, I actually have made a verbal request to have our team to be, I guess, considered, if you'd like to say, maybe a tier 2 frontliner, because, you know, we have been open, I think that outside of a week, maybe, and actually just a couple of days in March, because in March 18, some of our team was already activated, you know, to work on the enforcement of some of the executive orders. And then again, I think that when we got into this very restricted PCOR 1, I don't know if you recall that, when even the treasurer was closed. So outside of the 1 week when the treasurer was also closed, and I think March 18th, which was a Wednesday. So the 2 days in March, you know, we've had, you know, people that have been activated. Again, I have asked, you know, that our team be considered at least a tier 2 so that we can also be vaccinated and that we can, you know, make sure that, you know, we can open and, you know, keep our team safe. But I have, that's something that, you know, of course, still I think has to be discussed and with regards to the plan.
Right. All right. Anything else, Steph?
I just wanted to say Happy New Year to you, Sabrina, Andy, Jason, and also to all the Link listeners all around the world. I actually have seen, you know what, when you just get on and I see people from Washington and Texas and all of that saying morning to you. And so I know that you have listeners that are listening from all around the world. So I wanted to just say Merry Christmas to everybody. You know, I really do believe, Bree, that together we can really accomplish a lot. I hope that, you know what, that through our team and through the leadership, I think that our team has, I mean, and that we've had on our agency and of course in our administration, that people will continue to see that. And, you know, we're just going to continue to serve, but we'll provide you with information on the second round of VIP as soon as possible. And again, just want to say Happy New Year to everybody. Hope everybody's safe, and want to thank you, Bree, Andy, Jason, for all that you do.
And thank you to Daphne, you and everybody over at Reventax.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Daph.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Stay safe. And we are going to continue in our Zoom room. We have our Here's to Your Health segment. And I know Andy's really excited about this.
I am. Last week was the first time I've ever talked to Dr. Neil here from American Medical Center, and I had questions on the air, which I need to know. And later on after that interview, Dr. Kelly had one of her staff contact me, answer some questions, and we actually spoke yesterday, Dr. Neil. So again, welcome to the show. You're muted, by the way.
That better?
There we go.
Well, good morning. No coffee this morning yet.
We did have a conversation yesterday. We talked about some things, and one thing you mentioned is that your job is kind of to give people the information about Medicare, about the what they receive, about how they can go about doing certain things, which is a lot of the questions that I have. And so that's kind of your role in the world. But today we've got you on. I could ask a million questions here to cover everything I want, but this is not about me. So today we're talking physician orders for life-sustaining treatment, or POST. Now, what exactly is that?
Sure. I think what happened last week is that there were so many questions that you may have had and your staff had about a POST. And so since I already did a segment on it, I thought I would hijack off of that prior segment and just expand on it a little bit. So you're right, my job is to make sure all my patients have every benefit Medicare has to offer. But however, please don't think that I do this in a vacuum. I have a lot of staff that help me to do my job. So going forward, a POST is usually discussed with that annual wellness visit. We talked about that last week. That's usually primarily done once a year, as well as the conversation about life wishes. So the history of a POST, which stands for a Physician's Order for Life-Sustaining Treatment, was first brought to fruition in a task force in Oregon in 1991. The goal was to have the providers and the patients and the family on the same page to help to medically manage the life wishes of somebody that has chronic illnesses. So it takes out all the ambiguity. So often people say, isn't that a DNR? And I said, no, actually the DNR, means do not resuscitate, is basically in only one category. And that basically means do not resuscitate, meaning no chest compressions. But a POST is an adjunct to, not in lieu of, like a living will. So I asked my patients very frankly, if your heart was to stop, do you want a full resuscitation? Do you want a breathing tube? Or do you want a peaceful passing? That seems to do well for me to kind of crack that nut and get into the weeds a bit. And so what's impressed upon me here is that people want to talk about it. They think about it all the time, and they got a bird in their head saying, okay, I don't want to be like that, or I don't want to be like that. But they don't really come to the provider to kind of make it into a form, make it a legal form, and to have those heart-to-heart conversations. So that usually is the opening statement, and then I get impressive dialogue from the patients. So often, though, they take the POST form home, they discuss it with their family, and maybe they're another provider, and they bring it back. The reason they bring it back is that I can load it up into my system, so I have record of it, but the patient always keeps the original. The original is a pitiful color pink, and it's only pink because it allows any healthcare provider or ACLS or BLS trained professionals to see it quickly and to draw their attention to it, whether to start life-sustaining treatment or to allow a peaceful passing. That's what a POST is.
Okay, so this kind of takes out a lot of the family bickering. Maybe if daughter has one wish, a son has a different wish, but this says the patient has that overriding authority to determine, basically take their life in their hands.
That is correct. And to let everybody else know, hey, these are my wishes. So for people that are healthy and in their 60s and 70s, they're going to live a very fruitful life, and I want that. So I would say, and help them to draft it, and I say, okay, we want full resuscitation here. I think that would be great. We want full intubation if that's appropriate, but then also there's a room for comments. And so when I say you may want to consider this comment, and the comment is, if two physicians agree there is no sustainable quality of life, discontinue life supporting measures. They're all in. They say, you know what? Absolutely. It's like, and I want two MDs because then it allows, a camaraderie with the professionals. And usually when people are in that sort of a pickle, they have more than two physicians in their armament. So it allows us to have the wishes of the patient. They get to explain it to their family. So let's say, for argument's sake, they decide, I want to change my mind. I don't know what I was thinking. And so no harm, no foul. We do the POST, put a subsequent date on it. The old one becomes obsolete because if you have two, the one that has the latest date or the latest date becomes the legal document, and then we go forward.
And one thing you mentioned yesterday in our conversation is that a lot of these Medicare benefits are tailor-made for each individual. So it's not just one huge blanket, everybody gets the same. So those that are on Medicare, how can they go about finding out or, about their benefits or going through a pulse like this?
Well, first start with their primary care. Okay, that would be respectful. If they have Medicare primary and they don't know where to go, they can always see me at the clinic and be more than happy to take care of that for them. The Social Security office or the Medicare office is not going to have a pulse. That's traditionally in a provider's office. We on Guam didn't even have a pulse until about 9 months ago. We've been hijacking other states' pulse because it was the right thing, but then we finally got our own with our own seal on it. So I don't know if I answered your questions about the pulse, but that Medicare office won't necessarily have that.
Okay, so people just need to sit down with someone like yourself, one of your staff, and kind of go through their benefits, their Medicare plan, if they're new to it like myself, or if maybe they've had it for a few years and they just never really looked into it because there's certain things, as you said, they need to fill out, make those comments because it's kind of custom made.
It is. I wish, because I think there's two threads of thought going on here. The one about the pulse. The pulse is definitely custom made to the patient and his or her wishes. Sometimes the family has interjection, but only because the family loves grandma and wants grandma around for a long time. But when grandma's 89 or 94, that may be the time to allow grandma to have a peaceful passing. If that were to happen, the goal is to quality of life. So that was, I think, one theme that we're having here. The other thing is Medicare privileges or benefits in totality. So do I qualify for a wheelchair? Do I qualify for a motorized wheelchair? Do I qualify for all my medications? And since I'm on the air, I wanted to apologize that last week I didn't even know when Medicare, and I should have known that Medicare D. It is already closed. Medicare D, which stands for the drug privilege, is that it opens in about October and closes at the end of December. So the nuances of someone coming on new to Medicare to qualify for Medicare D, it makes me dizzy. I can't keep up. And so we do have a professional that works with the Medicare office that helps us to say, hey, you're eligible, but in 3 months, or you're eligible next year, or hey, you know what? Let's take care of it right now. And so that's the great team that I work with.
Okay, so kind of that open enrollment period, just like standard health insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned again that you're handling Medicare from more of a clinical side, not the paperwork accountant bean counter side. So how do people go about using your services and setting up a meeting, or is there a website? How can they do that?
So we have a website at amc.clinic or www. And then here's the phone number for AMC. I know last week I tried to give you my mother's number. I'm more prepared this morning. So the AMC office to get a hold and to get onto my calendar, because it would be a privilege to really help the people here at Guam to make sure they have all those benefits. So that number is 648-9110.
9110. If you have Medicare, you have questions, you want to kind of fine tune your policy, you can go about doing that. Is there anything else you wanted to kind of throw in there? I know you remember these things just like I do. As soon as we get off the air, I'll think, oh, I needed to ask her this, or I wanted to ask this. So is there anything else you want people to know?
I lie in bed, I'm thinking, oh, darn, I should have said that, or another time. Well, I know next week I'm invited back, so thank you. So a prelude to that would be chronic care management, which is another part of what we do after the annual wellness, is to make sure that they actually get a care provider calling them once a month saying, hey, are you okay? Do you need to get a hold of your doctor? It's just a lot. So I'll be talking about that in a week. So again, thanks for having me come back. But as far as for now, the post, I usually discuss once a year, because that's the Medicare mandate regarding the annual wellness. And then God forbid if I have to give a patient a catastrophic diagnosis. So just because we talked about it at one time of the year, it doesn't mean that that conversation cannot be approached again any other visits, because again, this is all about the patient. And the primary cares here should have those forms, and if not, then they can call me and I can help get that to them.
So a lot of information, as I said, Dr. Kelly, and you're here to help the people with it, you and your team over there at AMC. So we appreciate it. And I'm sure next week I'll have a million more questions, and the week after that I'll have a million more. So I appreciate that we get to talk to you here on the air. And actually, I'm meeting with you tomorrow. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad that worked out. Thanks again for joining us.
You're welcome. You also have my personal cell.
Yes, I will be in touch. I'm sure I have a million more questions.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Right. Thank
Goodbye.
you. That's Dr. Neil. And again, I have all these questions, and I know a lot of people out there do, because you think, well, I'm on Medicare. What does that mean? What benefits do I have? So lots of stuff to cover. I'm glad we have Dr. Neil joining us here on the show. I believe it's time for Cover Me right now. Let's go ahead and get into it, Vic.
All right, so here it is. Today's Cover Me. Bree, I think for the first time, I've always heard about these guys. I've worked radio here on Guam for about 8 years, and I've heard their music, but I've never seen them perform live.
Wow.
So that's one of the things I'm like, and I thought 2020 would be the year to get out there and see them at their gig at the hotel. So.
Wait, and you were talking about.
Yes, I'm talking about the Jesse and Ruby.
What, you've never seen them play
I've
live?
never
As much
seen
as
them
you've
play
gotten
live.
around.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're awesome musicians that I've never seen live, and one of them would be Jesse and Ruby, and then one of them would be Parker Yubey. I know, as crazy as it is, I've never seen Parker Yubey play live. I've gone as close to the stage, but by the time I got to the front of the stage, he was off the stage. I think it was one of the Guam Micronesian Island Fair. I'm like, man, I should have came early.
Okay, so all of you watching on Facebook Live right now, if you're from Umatic, if you've been through, this one's for you.
Right. And before we play this, we might as well go ahead and say goodbye to our viewers on KUAM TV8. We'll leave you with this. And please switch on over to our Facebook live stream or listen to us on 93.9. Again, Cover Me is brought to you by Burger King.
Algunos se pueden. Todo Merry Christmas!
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Okay! I'm Specialist Penguin Nicholas, Supply. I'm Specialist Kamal, Supply. Familios, Administración.
Sergeant State Operations.
Sir First Class Licio, First Sergeant.
Elsie Padilla, EXO. I am Captain Darren Mondia, Task Force Latvia Security Forces 3 Commander. On behalf of our HQ team, we'd like to wish you and your families a safe and blessed Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Noben Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
The season's far from silent, everybody's smiling. Take a look around the island, mistletoes and jelly rolls, eggnog and alcohol.
Savage K with that Merry Christmas Jam, 8:03 in the morning. We are KUAM FM in Hagutnya, Guam. It's Breeze 93.9 FM, and we're back with another hour, another jam-packed hour of the show. It's The Link, being brought to you guys by Calvo Enterprises and I-Teen. We're back with your hosts, Sabrina Salas, Matt Zanani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, myself, Victorious. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Still coming on our show, we've got Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio for his weekly check-in with the crew here at The Link. We've also got Sergeant Paul Tapau from the Guam Police Department. Lots of things going on with GPD. We've got Paula Parrish from Catholic Social Services. She's the deputy director there. They started a new program over at CSS, and so we'll get the details. And we also have this new segment that we're launching every Tuesday on The Link with the Guam Visitors Bureau to promote the new Protect Guam campaign. So I believe we might be having Josh Dykenko on our show, or possibly Dee Hernandez, but also some of their KOLs, their Coles, their key opinion leaders, JJ Ambrose and Sarah Phyllis Camacho joining us. And of course, we'll wrap up the show once again with our Hafaday Holiday Cheer with Joe Guam. But one thing I wanted to talk about was the show that we have got planned for New Year's Eve. It's called Hindsight 2020. And so we're kind of taking a look back at everything that happened this past year and saying good riddance to 2020. I know everybody, it was a trying time for everybody here on Guam. And, you know, I've been working on this and just looking back through all of the past stories, the stories of survival, recovery, the death, and just how the people of Guam have overcome so much this year. The hospitalizations, the different P-Corps, how we went into lockdown and then not a lockdown, and businesses that have shut down, and the ongoing struggles that still confront many businesses and many island residents to this day. And a part of the show, we actually heard from a lot of our staff to share how 2020 has affected them. And hosting the show is Adriana Cotero. And so we have a clip from her on Hindsight 2020.
This year,
it has been a whirlwind, I think, for just about everyone, and we've all been affected in one way or another. 2020 was actually a lot of growth for me, I'd say, personally. It was a year that I think for the first time in my entire life, I experienced stress. I felt overwhelmed at times. I was fearful at times and anxious. And these are all things that were never something I would say I always dealt really well with. But there was a lot of unknown and a lot of uncertainty. And just reflecting on this past year, I was here alone during COVID and living here alone. And this was the year I wanted to, finally leave the nest and be on my own dime. So whenever the pandemic hit, I was at my apartment by myself for months without anyone. So I learned how to be alone, I'd say. And I learned a lot of patience because I'm someone that is naturally, I'm just a free spirit. I'm an extrovert, and it was challenging for someone like me, but I also love challenges. So I looked at this year and I said, I'm not going to let it overcome me. And I was also raised by parents that always told me to have faith over fear no matter what, too. So with that mindset, it really helped me this year, and I just kept on thinking faith over fear, no matter what, forward we go. And there was times when it was harder than others, being alone for months, by myself, and then also having COVID and being away from my family. And then I was also, quarantining for alone, and those were all struggles I had to deal with, but I overcame them. And it was just through faith that I overcame them. So I grew a lot. I definitely grew. And I would say that looking on this past year, I'm the type of person that I always see the silver lining in things, and it's not so much that I look for it, but they just tend to outshine the darkness for me, and I really notice it. So while this whole year I was stressed, anxious, overwhelmed, fearful for some of the first times in my life, I also saw a lot of good, and that's from each and every single one of you in the community, because like I mentioned, I was here alone. I didn't have immediate family here. And so many of you opened up your hearts and your homes to me, and were always checking in on me and sending me messages whenever I did have the virus. People that I really had never even talked to ever, but said if I needed anything that they would be there. And I felt the love, and I felt the compassion, and I felt the empathy, and I just want to thank all of you. So moving forward and looking at the next year ahead of us, I hope this love continues to outshine, and that we continue to see more growth in each and every single one of our own lives. And also reflecting on this past year, there were dark times. People lost their jobs, people lost loved ones. And I just want to let each and every single one of you know that you have always and will forever be in my prayers. So, as I said, faith over fear, and forward we go.
And again, that was Adriana Cotero. She will be hosting our show Hindsight 2020. We'll be airing that on New Year's Eve at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV8. And as many of you might remember that have been following the show when it was initially called Containing COVID, Adriana was one of the reporters here that had been infected with the coronavirus.
Were we still containing COVID then? I remember August 12th is when she told us.
Was it containing COVID?
Yeah, I think we were already. It was already called like the link. No, yeah, it was. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dispute you, but it was the link because we had her come in on Zoom, and she had that very
right.
That very heartfelt. Yeah, I mean, and that's the weird thing about all of us that are working on the show and putting it together is the chronology of everything, and we've been doing this day in and day out for 10 straight months almost now, and lining everything up. It's like, wait, did that happen before that, or did that person say that? We have instantly things that we recall and things are going through. But yeah, Adriana's thing really brought it home. That was the first time that you actually cried on the air, because you basically broke down and just said, as her manager, I feel almost to some degree responsible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was very emotional for you.
Yeah. And I was also scared, could anybody else in the company been exposed? And, we went through the whole testing of everybody,
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody got tested. So yeah, looking back, it's hard to kind of feel like you're reliving what happened so many months ago, and kind of we're still kind of in that. I don't want to say fear, but still uncertain. Yes, the vaccine is here, but that's not. We still have to wear our masks. We still have to practice social distancing and be smart. We don't want to have, like, on New Year's Eve, right? We don't want everybody going out there and partying like wild people. We still have to be responsible.
Yeah, if you guys haven't been keeping up with, like, the international headlines, just take a look. I mean, go on the net and just look at, what's going on. It is crazy throughout the rest of the world right now, you guys, and we do not want to get back to there. It's funny how, like, it seemed like the country was getting better and we were going through our worst period, and now situations kind of have flip-flopped like a little bit. But yeah, I mean, this week we're really, really hoping you guys just say, New Year's Eve, it's just not worth it.
Right.
You can still ring in the new year at home in the safety of your own home.
I wanted to say that, going back to Bree and that day, I remember it. I was watching the show, and I think that's the beauty of the show that you guys were doing, is that, you're reporting the news and all that, but everyone else on island has been going through these emotions throughout this year. That fear, oh my God, somebody I know, somebody I work with tested positive. I need to go get tested. Did I get it? Did I infect someone I love? Did I, hurt someone unintentionally? And so you really take those precautions seriously when it hits that close to home. If this was, thousands of miles away, okay, hey, I'll PayPal a couple dollars and all right, here, I did my part. But, the fact that it hit home like that, so much of the island has been dealing with that, 120 something deaths, all the hospitalizations, all the, you can say it's fear. There is fear out there for a certain number of the population. Other people are just being careful. Like, I don't want that, like Bree, what you were feeling, that guilt of, being a manager. Did I get one of my employees sick? Did I put them in danger? Did they infect anyone else? Did I bring that home and pass it on to grandma or the kids or something like that? So, watching you and Chris go through that when you're working in a small studio every morning, that's a scary thing. And that's one of those things that, the entire island has been dealing with. We're all going through this. And so seeing, some, professional news people have that same feeling, I think it really helped people relate, and it brought it close to home. So I was sitting here at home watching that, and man, it was a powerful moment.
And unfortunately, that was not the only time that we were forced, like, as we're not just coworkers here, we're not just a team, we really are a family, and that's something we really emphasize to anybody who comes on board. And the reason I brought that up is our newest reporter, Peter Santos, when he came on and started with the company, his first week, he was the only guy in the newsroom. There's Joan, the producer, and she was in her office kind of like setting the show up and banging stuff out. And then Pete was basically sitting there and, kind of just like asking questions. And then Bree and Chris, who share an office, they said, you know what, come in here with us. We'll show you the ropes. We'll teach you, the right way how to do things and everything like that. And he has, just like taken off like a rocket and has become an amazing reporter, even notwithstanding the limited amount of training that we would normally give him. I mean, he's really taken to this and he's really, really good. But he also had to join us, what was it, 4 weeks ago? Because he himself had tested positive for COVID-19.
Right.
And both Adriana and Pete were very, 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 very open and very honest about sharing not only their stories and also saying, please take care of yourselves. And, and in both cases, in case, you guys haven't kept up with this, neither Adriana nor Peter, it was nothing that they did wrong. Peter, just happened to be within the proximity of his roommate, who's also his cousin, who was a DOC guard, who happened to get,
They're not called guards, they're officers.
Well, corrections officers, I'm sorry. Yeah. And then,
right, and he was exposed. And so, with us, the reporters, they are on this socially distanced schedule, I guess you could say, where only a certain team comes in on certain weeks, and then it kind of alternates. And so he hadn't been into the station for over a week and a half, so we kind of already were able to know that, okay, no one here was really exposed because he hadn't been to work for a while.
And I know one of the touch points, or like the signpost, if you will, of what really drove it home to the community at large was when two of our most prominent members of our community actually said that they had tested positive, both the governor and then her running mate, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, who now joins us. He just came in the Zoom room for his appearance. Good morning, LT, and we're kind of talking about some of the big moments of 2020 as we get ready to do our annual end of year special that we're putting together. That's going to happen. So thanks for joining us, Hafaday. Good to see you as always. But can you maybe just to start?
I was going to say that the year just went by so fast. Sometimes it was devastating slow, right? When you're just at home and you can't go anywhere. But it just seems like such a blink in time. Last year, this time, I actually went to the Philippines to go to a wedding. One of my former employees got married and I was in the wedding, and it was in Tagaytay. The week later, there was an explosion in the volcano, and I thought that was big. And here we are, a year later, just, really, we already this time last year, remember, we were already seeing like this little news report out of China that there was this virus. And then in January, I think everybody in the world was real, maybe astounded when they saw the teams in Wuhan shutting things down, dragging people out of their homes. And then, I can't wait for this year to be over. I don't know about you.
Yeah, LT, I remember very, very distinctly that interview that you were good enough to give us and I believe, Bree, we talked to the LT as when he was over the worst of it, obviously, when you had your own battle with coronavirus. And I just remember, and I told people afterwards, I was like, if I can address him commonly, I was like, I've known Josh since high school, and just, the condition you were in, even though you were coming off the tail end of it, I was like, that's not the same guy. You described the symptoms that you were going through, and the condition that you were in while you went through it, and the fact that you had to be apart from your partner, and how difficult that was emotionally and everything like that. I mean, that was just such a powerful interview, and I think that really drove the point home to our people about taking this seriously, and it truly is not someone else's problem.
Yeah, you're right. You're the first people really that saw me, and of course your audience, as I was going through that illness. And I was just thinking about it the other day. It was August 13th is when I got my result, and when I actually started feeling those symptoms. And I'm just counting now the time back and thinking about, just the different stages of the illness that I went through. Right before the holiday, I was at Cachulas, and I said hello to, a woman. I was gonna say a girl, but we're in our late 40s. So she was, she lived kind of the street behind me. So when I'd be coming home from school, sometimes we'd walk together, so, it's a childhood friend. And when I talked to her, she told me that she was in the hospital for 29 days and that she had been a COVID positive. And that was maybe about a month and a half ago. And her first outing to anywhere was to get groceries. She was finally able to have the strength and the will, I guess, to get out, because she had been real traumatized being in the hospital for so long. And then it was so interesting. The next day, some neighbors in the neighborhood, we have a chat, and people were dropping things, cookies and stuff. And the couple that dropped to me, I had known were in the hospital last month, both of them, because it was on our chat, and they asked for some prayers. But they were just sharing with me how The wife went first into the hospital, then the husband, and they were fortunate to be together. But then when they went to the skilled nursing, then the other followed, and they're just kind of like briefly talking to me about their journey, and it really brought back my memory. But it also, there's so many people that since we've had more than 7,200 cases now, there's so many people that have had so many different experiences, and some of the people that I wouldn't think would have been that sick were, and it just kind of emphasizes that you really don't know what will happen. And now that there's some optimism, I'm optimistic because there's additional treatments now for the people that are really at risk of hospitalization. The vaccine is rolling out. And then, people on Guam, I have to say, the people of Guam have shown that they can beat this by getting the scores down. We're wearing, our community seems more receptive to wearing the mask and to doing these things that are a must. And I just want to thank them all for that. And thank you guys also for bringing this to people's homes, because there's still a lot of, obviously we're not in a better place than we were 1 year ago, right? 1 year ago, we had record tourism. We had all this exciting things are going to happen in 2020. And then here we are, the 2020 just kind of passed and get out of here.
Well, I do have one final question for you, LT, before Sabrina and Andy have their questions. But undoubtedly, as we take this retro look back on the year that none of us want to remember, ironically, is the soundbite of the year. I don't think anybody would argue that it was your running mate. Our Magahaga, our governor, gave that soundbite. Where were you when you heard the governor say right here on the link that she goes, this COVID? It's a bitch. Where were you and what was your reaction to that? Because I remember looking at Sabrina and Chris and I was like, okay, my first thing was, okay, was that her PR team who wrote that? Or do you think she just went completely off script?
I think she just said
it. Because it was brilliant either way.
I didn't listen to it live. And so my phone just started blowing up. And it wasn't much longer that I started seeing some of the memes. So, I guess what, it really summed it up, right? It really does sum it up. And somebody gave her, and I have to ask her, somebody gave her a gift from the States, and I think it was a cup. Or
there were T-shirts made.
We're trying to, I don't think it was, we couldn't say that, hey, this is my cousin, she from the States. Nobody, I don't know who it was. It's kind of like we're not sure what the Guam connection was, but yeah, that's a funny one.
Yeah.
I wish I had that line. She probably is the only one that could probably deliver that. I mean, women more than men, I think, can do that one.
Because I was just curious, was your reaction? Your jaw immediately went to the floor, or were you just standing there like, yes?
I was cracking up, but I'm not surprised because even when we talk, she says some funny stuff sometimes. I have to say, she has a humor. We could be in a serious thing, and then she'll crack a joke to break up the monotony, or to let people transition to another conversation. Right. But yeah, that was a good one, I have to say.
All right, LT, let's get into some business here. I guess we'll first start with just you have any new updates? I mean, the president just signed the latest coronavirus relief package. We still got a school waiting for the final green light from the governor. So yeah, if you could just give us an update.
So the current state of the public health emergency expires tomorrow.
Yes.
And so we are expecting to renew that emergency, but we're working on some language right now to forecast, or for the governor she's going to make some final decisions today on dates that she will forecast to do some further openings. But I would say that right now the time and attention has been on coordinating with the Guam public school system and the other schools, and that's still ongoing. In fact, I was on an email with the superintendent of Catholic schools is waiting for confirmation for a meeting today and we've been communicating, pretty often and with my staff to try and make sure everything is aligned. So public health still has been working on a revised guidance. I haven't seen that final product yet. It will be based on the last school guidance that was given back in July, with, of course, a lot of improvements based on, the situation that has occurred between July and now, all geared towards prepping school to open. There are a lot of parents, I've been getting messages, very mixed messages. Some people are looking forward to it, and other parents are, and some teachers are just outright against it. And it really is going to come down to, I've said this before, it's going to come down to a choice that the parents and the households are going to be making. But no matter what, at least I could say for public school students, there will be a continuing mandate for the department. And this is with their cooperation and agreement that there will still be distance education that will be offered along with face-to-face. But so the last week, we've been really working and coordinating between the Director of Public Health and the Superintendent of Education, also about their staff. They've had a number of social workers and nurses that have been at Public Health that are in the process of being returned to the Department of Education to operate. But we are speaking about continued authorities that all these employees will have, basically having public health employee status at the same time while they get back to the school system. And we think this is going to help with making sure that we're able to respond very fast on school site to any occurrence of a positive case or a threat of a positive case on school campus. The other thing we're doing, and this is also something that is actively being undertaken, is working with University of Guam and the Guam Community College on their reopening plans as well. And both of them are going to be offering a mix. I believe that President Okada, if and when you get to speak with her, a good portion of her classes will be online, but those that require shop, there's some things at GCC that require interaction. You have to be able to have a refrigerator. You have to, and even at the university with their nursing students who've already been allowed to go back and complete some of the coursework, there's going to be some on-site instruction for them. And so there's a whole bunch of balance happening in terms of coordinating. We're not there yet. We're on their way there. We're planning for the return, and without preempting the governor and what her decision will be and the executive order that she will promulgate by tomorrow, I would say that we will set a date in which we are going to authorize return of school, but with the condition that but dependent and contingent on public health giving out their guidance to the schools and their process. And there's been a good deal of consultation, still more consultation, but I think at least for planning purposes, already the Superintendent of Education's talked about January 19th for the Guam public school system. And that looks like the date that we'll try and move everybody to. But again, this is going to be a choice, and it's not going to be mandatory, at least not for the public school students. For the private schools, they're going to have to make their choices. And I believe based on discussing our discussions with some of them will continue to have some distance learning support concurrently with return to face-to-face. But those are all decisions that they will make based on the resources they have and how responsive their school community is to this. But I would expect over the next few weeks there'll be some more interaction, at least for the public schools, where they'll go out and do a bit more parent meetings, and then start an effort to go out and identify and do home visits for the 500 kids that are not registered right now. So the other thing I'll probably tell you is the last couple weeks, I've been focused personally on the situation with social work services for children. Part of it came from seeing what was going on at the global shelter, but going in and peering into what's going on with child protective services in particular, and seeing how we need to infuse a whole bunch of resources to make sure that all the cases and the referrals are being looked at timely. And there's been some challenges, I would say, because there have been, with the pandemic, we're expecting that we would, when more children are at face-to-face, most referrals come from the school system. So I'm trying to also work on stepping up resources on that side to prepare for that and to make sure that we start getting the social workers and support staff trained to start doing home visits. That's a big goal of mine, to make sure that we support so that they can do that concurrently when we get the children coming back into the school system.
So we talk about reopening of schools, this executive order that will be coming out, you said tomorrow, by the governor. Okay. What about reopening of government of Guam? We talked to Daphne earlier, and she was mentioning that they've kind of shifted their focus primarily on reopening, and they're still kind of waiting to see what the final call will be. Will that be included? Any sort of wording regarding the reopening of government of Guam agencies?
Yes, no, that is a priority. So, that's one of the reasons the governor did not choose to have a extra holiday last Thursday when the president declared the holiday. Is we recognize that, especially now with so many people needing services, government employees, public servants have to provide those services. Some of them have been able, if they're able to do the work, could be planners, could be folks in fiscal that are able to work remotely to mitigate occupancy of buildings, and that will continue to be encouraged. But those counters are going to be open. If they're not already open, there should be open, and there should be an expansion coming as well. And that's because each director has been instructed to make sure that they return services back and catch up with some work. There is some work to be caught up. I know we're seeing it at Guam Land Use Commission, for example, where because we had to do an executive order several months ago to try and help facilitate their meetings. Some boards were not authorized to meet electronically, and so we've been moving things to that. You'll see some boards have done that already to try and get things moving, but there's a tremendous amount of work in the permitting side of the house. Even pre-pandemic, there's a little less regulators than there should be, but there is demand, and we want to see a lot of forward movement in making progress on a lot of the planning, the permitting side of the government operations to try and push up the economic activity that is occurring and that can occur with construction, with capital improvement projects, things like that. Those are things for sure. Now, the other side of it is access to entitlement programs, right? And so I'm looking at public health, trying to see, whether or not the processing time can increase, knowing that more people have been made eligible for entitlements because of their employment situation. And then, of course, there still are cases at Guam Department of Labor for PUA claims that still need to be worked on. I would just say that we've asked them to expand or improve their call center over there. I'll give you an example. I had a constituent came in, and they had a whole bunch of people that worked in a nail salon that had a language issue, that didn't understand that they were missing one element of an application. And so when they were helped, they were able to get their back pay. So that also is another area I would say that we need to, of course, I want to thank the government employees that are doing it, but for sure, I'm depending on them. We're depending on them to increase the access and the amount and the time period in which they can get these claims out. People are depending on the money, and fortunately, the president finally signed the CARES Act. And now the next step is, I guess, the Congress has to override his veto of the National Defense Act, right? Which is like a major part of the economy at this point. Military.
Yeah, I know. We spoke with Congressman Khalili Sablan. He was on the show earlier this week, and he said that this is the first president in so many years to actually veto the NDAA. And so you're right. Congress is supposed to be meeting today to possibly override that veto, and also discuss increasing the amounts for stimulus checks. So yeah, definitely something to watch.
Right. And I'm hopeful that maybe the president can carve out some of the votes from his party to get that. That is really interesting. You think I'm always that we're living in a real interesting time right now, and I have to say I'm very concerned about what's been happening with the president and counting down to January 20th, and hopeful that he will do what is right and facilitate a good, peaceful transition of power. But I am I don't know, people don't realize this is the most dangerous time this country has had in a long time. People kind of think, oh, he's just being funny. It's not funny. And we're seriously, he has people advocating for the military to go in and take over elections. Those are things that countries that are authoritarian or that are not democratic do, and that's not something that should happen here in the United States for sure. It's people don't realize it's a big issue.
Do you know if anybody from Guam will be going to the inauguration?
Well, they've discouraged people from going. So normally, right, if we weren't in a pandemic, then the governor likely will be going because the governors get to go. The lieutenant governors not so much, unless we have to tag team. But no, they've been. We haven't had too many more details, but we've been notified and encouraged to stay. And it looks like this inauguration will be in line with how the Democrats and the Republicans did their nominating conventions. More the Democrats, because they're the ones that really didn't have a big gathering. But that's what we can expect.
What about the inauguration here for the 36th Guam legislature? Have you heard anything about who's going to be speaker or vice speaker? Or?
I have not. I heard that they're caucusing, and I was just, I guess we would know. It's less than 2 weeks away, so
yeah, we've been kind of waiting to hear.
I went to. I'm curious how they're going to do it. I went to the Youth Congress did an inauguration 2 Saturdays ago, and I attended, and there were. You might have seen some. Normally, right? You give the certificate to the speaker, and the chief justices had them flash the certificate. They did a quick ceremony, and people were gone. But yeah, so we have them, and then of course the mayors will be inaugurated as well. And they're already, I hear, are going to do. I think they might do an outdoor one. I don't have the revised details yet, but looking forward to seeing what the leadership is. The leadership is in the hands of the senators. They have to be the ones to determine who their leader is, and all we can do is work together when we can. Hopefully more than we have been, but
CNMI, they're preparing to reopen tourism. I believe it's to South Korea, establishing this corridor next month. And the GVB, they're scheduled to hold their last virtual membership meeting today. And they're preparing to, present their recovery initiatives for 2021 and also looking ahead towards 2021. Have you heard anything about what their recovery initiatives are?
Well, a lot of the focus is going to be on what our quarantine rules are going to be. And I can see that we're looking forward to making some adjustments there with regards to the countries. The only kinker here, I think, right now is this new the new strand or new new strain of virus that has caused the Japan to close their borders to foreigners, right? And depending on the situation, that could impact us. Already, I think Japan Airlines had announced a delay in passenger service until March. So we're committed to try and getting things moving. Right now, we're in the stage of making sure that our industry and our employees are doing well, and we've got these numbers down. We need to hold them. I think the next step that we'll be looking at is how we're going to treat and set up all the systems to make sure that we can have a inbound process that's complementary to tourism, but balanced with keeping people safe. So access to testing, of course, testing is an issue, and the type of testing. I know that there's a pilot project that is going to launch soon. They're preparing for it at the airport to do some testing. Details still pending. It really wouldn't be targeted really towards the tourists that come here for shorter stays, because actually the imprint of those shorter stays are a little less than the ones with longer stays and that are integrated into the community. But looking at state of Hawaii to see their experience, optimistic about what they've been doing. And then of course the airlines, a lot of airlines are adding testing on as part of a package to encourage air travel. Those are all kind of moving parts that I think will factor into what they have. But I'll be looking forward to seeing more details from what they're looking at and trying to be supportive. And then of course, they've also, there's a big controversy or discussion going on between the folks in tourism and the folks in the Cannabis Control Board. So I also am observing and trying to absorb as much information to make sure we strike a balance that maintains, the posture that we have.
Yeah.
But I also would like to see, since, personally speaking, I would love to get the same amount of revenues in tourism, but with less people. So if 500,000 people are coming, resulting in $30 million versus 1.5 and 30, then obviously you rather go for the quality. And I'm hopeful, and I hear that there are folks in the industry trying to find that balance and try and refresh what Guam is going to be offering to the rest of the world. I think that's an exciting thing that we should be part of.
Yeah. And for people who are listening, the Cannabis Control Commission, actually, they're having another meeting this week. I think it's tomorrow. So Peter Santos will be covering that. LT, is there any updates you can provide regarding the vaccination committee meeting that they held yesterday? They're not open to the public, so we can't really watch. But do you know what happened?
I don't know what happened, but I'm going to find out what happens when I get into the next meeting that I'm in.
All right.
I know that all I know is that yesterday, there's a large amount or different types and classification that need to happen for critical workers and how they step that up. So we have public health has received requests from the federal government, from federal law enforcement, from the courts. We have frontliners. Of course, we also have the people frontline in the grocery stores, that interact with people. So I believe that they were discussing that last night. I was just thinking about that on my way in, that going to be hearing what's going on and see where they are.
Mm-hmm. Real quickly, homeless.
No, nothing changed on the homeless side yet. We've been, last week I told you we've been focusing on giving and trying to meet their demands. But we're in the same posture. We need to find, I feel like we need to find a better facility that's going to be more conducive to the kids. Global's not it. But still, that still is, that's kind of like my feeling. This is like my saga continues trying to find good space. But I'm not going to be swayed. We'll find it. We'll get it. We have to get it.
Yeah. Are you tracking what's happening with the Guam Housing Corporation, GORA, on the mortgage rent relief program and the problems they're having?
So mortgage relief seems to be more problematic than rent relief. Rent relief seems to be working well. The money is given to both Catholic Social Service and Salvation Army to push that out. But I'm probing into that, talking about how the receiving PUA has put people in a disadvantage, and I don't think it's right. So I'm probing that more to see what's going on and what's going on with other jurisdictions. What are they experiencing, and how we can try and overcome what looks like to be a barrier where they're excluding. I was just telling Gura Director, I'd really like to talk to the HUD folks. There's a reason why Congress put the money in, is to try and push it out, and federal agencies need to be helpful and try and empower people to get the help and not disqualify them or put them in a position to make them have to sell their homes. The whole mission is to try and keep people in their homes, and I don't think that's right. So I feel I need to, there's more information. I'm not seeing that. I want to hear directly from them whether or not, how other jurisdictions are overcoming this, because I'm not sure yet.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else?
No, I just want to wish everybody a happy new year. I can't wait to get 2020 behind us. And although 2021 is still going to be challenging, we still have a virus on the island, and we still will be working our way, but the light is there at the end of the tunnel. And I just want to thank you, Sabrina and Andy and Chris, I guess he's on vacation, much deserved, and Jason and everybody there in KOAM. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for the work that you're doing, really, to bring people. And although sometimes, the news isn't always the most flattering for us in public service, but the news is the news, right? It's journalism is something that we celebrate, being in a democracy. So I'm optimistic that we'll have a better 2021, and looking forward to working with you all. And I guess I'll talk to you next year.
Yeah. Wait. I did remember now what I wanted to ask you. Sorry. And this was regarding the bills that are before the Adelup. Any word on are we going to see the governor take action this week? Because there's one bill that kind of just stands out for me, and that's the one, Bill 368, and giving over responsibilities that normally would be the Department of Revenue and Taxation's responsibilities in terms of enforcing tax.
For collecting taxes on cigarettes. I guess
because
no matter what, revenue tax has to be the authority to collect the taxes, right? I think that you can bring on it's kind of like their contract for their tax collection they have DMR, right? That helps them with their financial management system, but they can't and shouldn't have DMR be the tax collector. DMR is a tool for them to use. So revenue tax has to be the tax collector. And I see that what they need some assistance getting their cigarette stamp program at play. So I think what I would say is that, and I've seen some of the correspondence coming in from people formerly in the department or people in the industry that are concerned about third parties doing tax collection. Revenue tax has to do the tax collection. Mm-hmm. And if another party or a contractor or another government maybe enables us to have access to a partner to help, that's one thing. But I don't see private sector going out to collect the cigarette taxes. Whether or not, but purchasing the machines or the service, I could see that. That's already authorized in the statute.
Right.
But so I guess that's what I would say, is that no matter what, revenue tax is the tax authority. They can't devolve that, and I would be against that anyway.
All right. Thanks for coming on. Happy New Year. Stay safe.
Happy New Year. And see you next year.
See you next year.
I promise I'll see what I can do to grow my hair and do a new
Yeah, I hear you. Same.
I'm not sure it's gonna work, but
yeah, I'm thinking of growing out my bangs.
Thanks, LT.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
And actually, let history show that it was Josh Tenorio who was the first one to use that joke on this show about see you next year. Everybody always wants to say, like, the week leading up to, see you next year, but
yeah,
he can claim that.
What a year, though. Oh, my goodness. He's right.
What
though.
a year.
Trying to get rid of this year. And, it did kind of it went by so fast, but it kind of didn't.
I was going to say, because, I remember, February, I went on my vacation. That seems like just a month ago, but also 15 years ago. So time this year, it speeds up, slows down. It's so weird. I mean, for months, I lost track of what day it was. I had no idea, no sense of Monday, Wednesday, whatever. It just kind of all ran together. So
if it was a movie, it'd be a mixed genre movie. It's like, it's like a sad, and then it kind of becomes this nice, happy movie, and then it goes back to being sad. So I don't know how the ending.
Roller coaster of emotions this year, right? I'll tell you what, we are going to be having Catholic Social Services join us in the Zoom room, but first we're going to take a break.
Catch the link.
Okay! I'm Specialist Engineer Nicholas, Supply. I'm Specialist Kamal, Supply. Sam Leos, Administración.
Sergeant Sweet, Operations.
Our first class Licio, first sergeant.
Alti Padilla, EXO. I am Captain Theron Mondia, Task Force Latvia Security Forces 3 Commander. On behalf of our HP team, we'd like to wish you and your families a safe and blessed Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Benen Niño starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag #ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Hafa Day, my name is Zena Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
Oh man, that version always a hit. That's CJ, Sean, and the boys from Love and Half a Day. Wish you a reggae Christmas from Live Local Fridays, years and Fridays ago. Such a nice version. I love it. It's 9:01 in the morning. We are KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. It's Breeze 93.9 FM. It's The Link. We're back with another hour, the last hour of the show with a jam-packed and lined up interviews we got here. So let's get to it. Remember, this show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. We're back with your hosts, Brandon Salas, Matt Tanani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, and myself, Victorious. Good morning.
Half a day, everybody. Our next interview comes to us from Catholic Social Services. We have the Deputy Director in the Zoom room with us, Paula Perez. Good morning, Paula. Thank you so much for coming on to the show to talk about this new project, Nafan Safu. Did I say that right?
Yes, Project Nafan Safu.
Project Nafan, which means to keep, safe, or protect from. So this started on Monday, but, you know, it's kind of reading through the release. It kind of sounds like, though, it's what you guys have been doing in terms of helping the homeless over at the global dorms.
Yeah, correct. But this one has a lot more details to it. So this allows us to assist eligible families in paying back rent and back utilities to help keep them housed.
Okay, yeah, if you could then just go through the program. There's like 3 different points here.
Yes, correct. And, you know, like you said, we have already been implementing part of this program. We have done outreaches since COVID started in March. We go out weekly. We pass out food bags that also contain PPEs to, you know, help keep them safe. We do a lot of education, inform the homeless on the street where they can get assistance and what kind of assistance is out there. So this grant just builds on that. And families we have a real simple intake form that's on our website, www.catholicsocialserviceguam.org. They can go to Nafan Safu, fill out the intake form, it sends it to our staff. Our staff will acknowledge that they've received it and set up an appointment to meet with the individuals or the families, you know, to establish eligibility. And then, you know, we can determine what their needs are, back rent, back utilities, what it is we can do to assist them to help keep them in their homes or their apartments, you know, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. And so can you tell us about the grant award from Gora? It doesn't really say how much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The grant, how much was the grant from Gora?
About 1.2 million.
Oh, okay. Is there any deadline to apply for the grant?
No, and, you know, we are, in all honesty, expecting an influx. You know, we just launched yesterday. We've already had numerous phone calls inquiring about the program. We've had emails, intake applications already faxed in, so our staff is already busy.
Wow. How many would you say
that have come in so far?
Yeah.
Almost a dozen, which, you know, for us was a surprise considering the press release just went out yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. You guys, how many of you guys, I guess, are anticipating that you'll be receiving? And you said there's no deadline?
Well, the grant is anywhere between 1 and 2 years. So we're hoping to assist at least at a minimum 100 families, depending on what assistance they need. If it's just a one-time assistance or if there are those that need a few more months of help. So, you know, it really just depends on what the dollar figures are per household.
Mm-hmm. And so what sort of documents and things like that will people need to submit?
Okay, if it's for rental arrears, then, of course, we need a copy of the lease agreement to show what their monthly payments are, how far behind they are. Same with utilities, a copy of their billings from GPA and GWA, so that we can put all those documents together. We need just the regular normal stuff, birth certificates, identification for all the adults in the household, check stubs, a letter of furlough if they've been furloughed, just so that we can have a complete packet and that we're assisting those that really are in in need.
Mm-hmm. Would there anybody that would be, I guess, ineligible, like they meet the qualifications? Because we have the situation with the Guam Housing Corporation program where people applied, but because they were receiving PUA, they were ineligible.
The ineligibility factor here would be if they have been assisted in the last 6 months from this type of a grant. So Salvation Army does assist with arrears and rapid rehousing. So if they have been assisted in the last 6 months from them, then they're not eligible until a 6-month period lapses.
Mm-hmm. Would you be able to speak about, what's happening with the global dorms in terms of the assistance to the homeless people there that CSS has provided?
The type of assistance that we provide, or how many have been housed?
Can you provide any updates on the assistance that's been provided to the homeless individuals over at the global dorms?
Specifically to housing?
Yes. Was it rapid rehousing?
So we have been working closely with GORA and DISID and Guam Behavioral for that client population so that we can complete all the necessary documents and the applications to be submitted to GORA. We have been successful in housing people. There are still people that have applications that are under review. It is a lengthy process. They're trying to cut through a lot of the work that needs to be done so that we can move people out, because we do have a wait list. So the quicker we move them out of global dorm, the more individuals that we can assist.
Mm-hmm. How long is the wait list?
There were a couple of dozen on the wait list last I checked. Mm-hmm. I haven't looked at yesterday's report yet, so I couldn't give you that most current data.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A lot of people have been making donations to Catholic Social Services. What other assistance, what other kind of donations do you guys need, whether it's to help people over at Global Dorms or anywhere else?
Oh, thank you for asking. Our food pantry has been busier than it's ever been. We've actually had to expand. It used to be a small 8x10 room. We have taken over our conference room here at our main office because the need for food, the number of people coming in for assistance has grown dramatically. So non-perishable goods, we would love to add fruits and vegetables if anybody out there would want to donate that on a regular basis. We're grateful for Guam Bakery. They've been a great partner for us. They donate loaves of bread every Monday. So we pass those out in the food bags until that inventory is exhausted. But, just outside of canned foods, something that adds substance to the food bags that we're giving out. And we're always looking for more PPEs and toiletries to help people keep their homes, clean.
Yeah. Well, we're getting ready to say goodbye to 2020. It's been a difficult year for everybody, right? And I would assume not only difficult for Catholic Social Services, but extremely busy. And I mean, what would you say when you reflect back on 2020 just for CSS?
Wow. 2020 has been very challenging for us. We've had to expand services beyond what we normally do. We've increased the number of homeless outreaches that we do from once a month to once a week. Just the number of food bags that go out. We have also started delivering food to families who have no means of getting to our offices for food. We'd like to do that more often with more households. It's just, we don't have the staff capacity to do that. So we really have to work on schedules when we're going to go out into what area of the island we're going to. We've had people in quarantine who have called asking for assistance because they have no way of getting food. So, that has been worrisome for some staff, and it's like, okay, we're going to leave it outside your gate. Don't come out until after we leave, kind of deal. But it's really allowed us to grow and to really focus on our mission and to just offer as much help as often as we can.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you, Paula. Anything else you wanted to share about Nafan Safu, the program, or anything else over at CSS?
Well, if anybody has any questions or would like more information on the program, they can visit our website at www.catholicsocialserviceguam.org or call our main office. Nafan Safu's office is 635-1422, and our main office number for reception is 635-1442. And I do want to thank the community. We have had such amazing support, and we couldn't do even half of what we do without the support from our community. We put out a call for food or toiletries or whatever it is that we've put out calls for, and the community has been so responsive. And just so grateful for that. We're so blessed that we come from a community that is always willing to offer help.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for having us on.
Okay, take care. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Andy.
Happy New Year.
All right, that was Paula Perez talking about Catholic Social Services' new program that they launched, Project Nafan Safu, which means to keep safe or protect from. And this project was made possible through a $2 million grant from the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority. And so the project, it provides assistance, outreach services to unsheltered homeless, to provide education and awareness of the pandemic and preventing the spread of the virus, homeless prevention assistance for households at risk of becoming homeless for income-eligible households, and rapid rehousing of income-eligible homeless individuals with targeted focus on families with young children, individuals with disabilities, and the elderly. If you are interested in turning in an application, you can fill out the intake form on Catholic Social Services website. Their website is catholicsocialserviceguam.org, and fax it to 635-1444. We'll post this information just in case you missed it on probably on the stream or on our social media.
It's funny too. I'm seeing some of the kids on Twitter, and they were like, "Oh, can you say what that means?" And they're like, "Where have I heard Nafan Safu before?" We're like, hello. Contra peligro Nafan Safu. Hello. And everyone's like, "Oh yeah." and then everybody on Twitter was like, "Hey, great name, great choice."
Yeah.
And more importantly, great work by our friends at Catholic Social Services.
Yeah, I think they're one of those inspirations, right, in our community, really stepping up to help our people in need. And we all know, we've seen the lines when in part one, right, the first wave of the pandemic, there were so many people lining up trying to get food. They were hungry. We heard it from different organizations like Salvation Army, and I want to say even Catholic Social Services, that they've seen new homeless. So many people that were doing okay, and then suddenly, found themselves in real financial problems, experiencing financial problems.
But Bree, Jason, we've all been doing this in the media for a couple decades, and every time we have one of these donation drives or a telethon, you see the community step up in a big way. And it doesn't matter what the economy is like, what the stock market looks like. Times can be tough, and people will still find a way to donate, step up, and whatever it is, they're willing to help. And having Catholic Social Services, their team out there, doing a lot of the legwork, but the people, I say it all the time, when the need is there, the people just need to know how to help. It's not about like, oh, I don't have it, I can't. They just need to know how. And so Catholic Social Services is there, along with all these other organizations. We've had people on the show here in the past couple of weeks that, hey, we're doing a donation drive for CSS. We're raising, these goods for CSS. So it's great to see. And that's just the beauty of the community we have here, that people are going to step up regardless of how they're hurting. They know that, hey, if I have a little bit extra, I can donate that. And Paula and everybody else over there at CSS will tell you that every little bit helps. Just, having that loaf of bread in a bag for your family is a good little bit of comfort. So every little bit counts. So we want to thank them, their entire team, and everybody that has donated for helping us. We know this year sucks. Everybody agrees that this year sucks on so many different levels. Economically, the housing issue, there's just so many things that the island, the world is hurting, but we still find that strength to dig a little bit deeper and help out how we can. And it's beautiful to see.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Paula.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too. Still to come on the link, we're going to have representatives from the Guam Visitors Bureau join us to talk about the Protect Guam campaign. I think it's going to be Josh or possibly Dee from GVB, and we'll have some key opinion leaders, JJ Ambrose and Sarah Phyllis Camacho. Stay tuned. The link continues after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Okay! Our specialist engineer Nicholas, supply. I'm specialist Kamal, supply. Sam Leos, admin and seal.
Sergeant Sweet, operations.
Star First Class Alicia, first sergeant.
Elsie Padilla, EXO. I am Captain Darren Mondia, Task Force Latvia Security Forces 3 Commander. On behalf of our HP team, we'd like to wish you and your families a safe and blessed Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty. but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Noben Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Let's move on to our next segment here on The Link, and we go to this one. It's called Holiday Holiday Cheer, and this being brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial. And every week we feature music from the one and only Joe Guam. So here it is.
Holiday Holiday Cheer is brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, our troubles will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. From now on, our troubles will be miles away. Olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who are dear to us, gather near to us once more. Of yours. friends who are dear to us gather near to us once more. Through the years, we all will be together if the fates allow. Hang a shining star upon the highest bough and tell yourself a merry little Christmas now. Tell yourself a merry little Christmas now. Merry Christmas.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Okay! Our specialist engineer Nicholas, supply. I'm specialist Kamal, supply. Familinos, administración.
Sergeant Sweet, operations.
Sir, first class lead show, first sergeant.
Altipadilla, EXO. I am Captain Darren Mondia, Task Force Latvia, Security Forces 3 Commander. On behalf of our HQ team, we'd like to wish you and your families a safe and blessed Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Here on the link. Remember, the show probably brought to you guys by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. We're headed straight into the Zoom room where we got a jam-packed Zoom room with Andy Wheeler and our next guest. Take it away, Andy.
That's right, Vic. Here in the Zoom room where obviously all the cool kids hang out, just us influencers hanging out here in the Zoom room. And we wanted to bring the gang from Guam Visitors Bureau on. Obviously, a lot happening over there at GVB in preparation for the return of visitors, but also taking care of the local community. And we've got Josh Tykenko in here. And Josh, we've seen everybody have to adjust their plans and kind of pivot the way they're doing things this year. And one thing you guys did was kind of take the Insta Guam campaign and switch that up a little bit to the hashtag Protect Guam. So this is happening on Instagram. And one thing people really like to hear is that they can win cash. So tell us about the program, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you had a very good explanation of what this campaign has transformed into. So we have the Protect Guam campaign, which we launched earlier this month. It's been amazing to see all these different posts just on social media itself. Like you were saying earlier, we've had posts on Instagram where people are wearing their masks, they're posting their Guam heroes, and they're hashtagging Protect Guam, hashtagging Guam heroes, and we get to see it, and then we get to choose some winners, and we get to give out $100 for each of those winners. So right now we have under the Protect Guam umbrella, we have 4 different contests that we're doing. The first one we kicked off with wearing a mask. We've heard all the different messages out there for the last several months. You know, wear a mask, watch your distance, wash your hands. It's like, we understand that, and we know that people are following it, especially now that we've seen the numbers that have gone down dramatically. So we're like, well, let's incentivize it. Let's reward the people that are showcasing what they've been doing the last several months, and then bring everyone together in a way where we're still together, but still apart, but making it fun and creative. And in the same token as the Instagram campaign, we're getting to see that user-generated content that is coming from our people, showing how we're protecting our island and ourselves and each other. And we're working with different key opinion leaders, just like Sarah and JJ, and we're so happy that they are part of this because it shows the different perspectives, different angles of how we're doing this together.
Well, that's the beauty of it here on island. So many different perspectives on things and different things, so that's why you have your key opinion leaders, I guess what we're calling influencers. 2 of them joining us here in the Zoom room. We've got JJ Ambrose and Sarah Phyllis Camacho. Both of you, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
So, as said, we've all kind of had to switch up our plans a little bit. Sarah, you, of course, no stranger to influencing on social media, which, what is your role in this Protect Guam campaign?
Well, I guess, GBB has a really strong message, and we all do, right? It's, if we really want to get our island back to where it was or even close, collectively as a community, we all got to work together. And GBB reached out to me, and I'm sure JJ as well, because we have an audience and we have a very loud voice. So basically, their message, I'm just yelling loud as I can to my audience and using my influence, for the island.
And that's good. You have a great working relationship with GVB, and taking this message, getting a press release from a government agency, sometimes that kind of falls on deaf ears. So using your voice to amplify it and kind of get it out there to the people. So what are some of the creative things that you've seen people are doing with this campaign?
Well, from social media, if you have Instagram specifically, which I've been using, is just, including the hashtag Protect Guam, people wearing their mask. And this campaign in particular that we're working on is the hashtag Guam Heroes, which we're highlighting people in the community who are, doing excellent things during this quarantine, during this crazy 2020. And I think a lot of people are highlighting the frontline workers who are doing an excellent job in such a crazy, unpredictable time. And then, my Guam hero in particular was a really good friend of mine who, she's my personal hero as a mother, and just kind of surviving this year with her personal struggles. So it's really how GVB's, messages is really cool. It's like each crazy hectic time, we're still highlighting great people in our community and just kind of spreading a positive message.
Positive message. We could all use that in this year. And also joining us in there, we've got Superman, JJ Ambrose, who normally for a living does something that you can't really do in a social distance fashion. So JJ, let's talk about your role in this campaign and how you've also had to kind of pivot your activities because of the pandemic.
Man, this whole year's been so wild, from closing the gym down to reopening to closing it down again. as far as pivoting goes, it's been like it's really brought out the fight or flight mentality, because there's days that we wake up and like, oh man, it's not a dream. We're still here. The gym's still closed. So I mean, I'm 33 right now. I'm turning 34 in a few months, and I think about like in a few more years, I'm not going to be able to do what I do anymore. So it's like the twilight of my career, and COVID basically just robbed me of one of those few precious years that I have left. So I see this window of opportunity closing, but at the same time, with I'm looking around at all the graduates that are a little bit down because they didn't get to have their graduation. The high school graduates, that aren't going on to college this year. And you see like all this despair in the community, but then, I go to Payless and the cashiers are still working. The food stockers are still working. They're still out there in the community and they're still doing their thing. I go to get my coffee and infusion through the drive-through. They're still doing it with a masked smile, So, I mean, that gives me hope. That gives me perspective that, the world is still going to continue to move. Our island is still going to be there. Me losing a year off of my fight career, while it sucked, at the same time, I mean, I'm one of people, and when I think about the community and how strong it is, I mean, I'm just blessed to be here. I love this island. I love what the people are doing here.
Yeah,
and
that's I think a great. It's
for me. Like maybe I wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't for GVB, but them pointing it out. Like when you think of frontline workers, you think of nurses and doctors at the hospital. You forget about the people that hand you your coffee. Like Sarah's friend. You forget about the moms that are pivoting at home, trying to figure out how to raise their kids full time, no nanny, no daycare. And, like teaching as well. Oh my God, come to find out my daughter's not an angel after all. What the teachers, like with 20 plus kids on a computer, I can't imagine, so there's so many heroes out there that GVB has highlighted, and I love it. I love the community.
Yeah, and you bring up a good perspective there. Sometimes we get so wrapped up in our personal goals and our personal missions that you forget that, man, everybody's got it a little bit differently. So you can't just say, hey, everybody across the board. Like you said, you had to shut down. There are people out there that have not had that opportunity, that have had to continually work through this. So it's good for this Protect Guam, getting the different perspectives. I think that's key in this time. Have you heard any word of gyms maybe opening up?
Okay, so most of the gyms are open now. I think even the jiu-jitsu said, to hell with it, we're opening, even though the social... I mean, I get it. I mean, we're all struggling as a business owner, having to pay rent every month. I mean, like, thank God we were able to open. When I saw that we were only closed, I think it was 4 weeks or whatever in this last lockdown, I was like, well, really? We can open? Because I was prepared to be closed for the rest of the year. But, thank God we didn't have to.
And, that's what's cool about this Protect Guam campaign is, it doesn't pay the rent. We know that it's not going to keep the gym open, but it does kind of open up those different perspectives and shed a little light on the struggle that everybody's going through this year. And we can all kind of share in that and figure out what we need to do to start moving forward. So Josh, instrumental in this campaign. How's it been going now? And, what are some of the submissions that you've seen that caught your eye?
Oh man, it's been going great. So whatever has been shared on social media, we pick it up on our website and we get to share it. So if you go to visitguam.com/protectguam, you'll see a lot of the entries that have already been submitted that have been picked up through our software system. And it's great. I saw someone riding a cocoa bird wearing a mask. That was kind of cool. And then, I've seen Sarah and JJ's posts. Sarah, she was eating out. I think you were eating pho, right?
I was eating pho.
Yeah. That's the first time being out in a restaurant, and she's just shouting out to them. And JJ in the gym, he was talking about how, the kids and not everyone's an angel. But it was nice to see like just different perspectives and different stories that everyone is sharing, because it shows that we're all struggling it together, and how we can get through it together is we just continue to support each other. And I think this contest is just great because it incentivizes people to share that. And yeah, $100 can go a long way towards groceries, towards gas, towards anything really. And we made it pretty simple to submit your entry. So there are two ways you can do that. You can post it on your Instagram profile. You have to make it public though, and then that's how we pick it up. Or if you don't have an Instagram, you can go to visitguam.com, and you'll see like a logo for Protect Guam. You click on that. There's a uploader feature that our team here created. All you have to do is drop your content in, whether it's photos, videos, whatever. We want to see it, and then you share it with us, and that's it. You're submitted. You're entered in the contest.
And is there a panel of judges? Do we have your key opinion leaders here determining who wins? And how often are you selecting winners?
So within our campaign, there are 4 different contests. So right now we have 2 ongoing contests, the Wear a Mask and the Guam Heroes. Wear a Mask we extended towards the end of the month because we just kept getting all of this content in. So we're just like, why not, right? Guam Heroes also extends through the end of the month. And then right after we're done with those 2 campaigns, we will select 10 winners from each one. And so it goes on into the next 2 contests, which is basically how you're being active and healthy during this pandemic, and also your reasoning for protecting Guam. So all together we'll have a total of 40 winners that we're going to choose from.
Okay. So, now, not everyone has the benefit of, all the resources I've seen some of the posts, and it's like, this looks like a professional photo shoot. The lighting is perfect, and they're styled. Like, not everyone can do that. Obviously, style is not really my thing, but so anybody can enter, right? You don't need to have 10,000 followers or anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sarah and JJ's followers, they all come from different backgrounds too. And we want to say, you don't have to have the best camera ever or a huge following, but if you've been following the protocols, if you've been doing your part, and you want to highlight some of your favorite heroes on Guam, how you're being active in the community, how you're wearing your mask and make it look fun and creative, what your reasons for protecting Guam because you want to hug your grandma or be with your family. We want to see that. And
I think that's important. That hashtag itself there, Protect Guam, because as the tourism industry opens up and we bring more revenue in, I think that's great for everyone. But my main concern, my priority, is the protection of the people of Guam. Everything else, I think, is secondary. So this is a great way to highlight that and let people know that, hey, we do, want our visitors back, but not at the expense of our safety.
Yes, absolutely. And just very, very happy to continue working with a great bunch of people, including Sarah and JJ. I mean, we've known each other like in several different ways, but through the years, but it's nice to continue bringing everyone together and do this because we want to get back to a sense of normalcy. We want to be able to travel. We want to be able to go out and eat at restaurants again and go to the gym and feel comfortable. So this is what I think this campaign brings all that into focus.
Yeah, it really does. So I want to get back to your key opinion leaders, your influencers. Sarah, we've talked about it, JJ and everybody, how we've all kind of had to adjust our plans for the year. So what have you and the family had to do to kind of tweak some plans and make sure you're safe, but also, continue getting through this?
Well, I mean, as everyone knows, for everyone, this year has been just a roller coaster. And Frank, being a UFC fighter, and JJ knows this very well in his career, and just being an independent business owner, this year has just kind of thrown everyone off. And I mean, Frank got COVID. He 3 times this year, and at the moment, if I'm doing projects, that's my form of income. This year that was scrapped. So we were really just banking on Frank's career, and he was scheduled to fight 3 times. And of course, you know that with the family, we have a home, and that was very scary. And I'm sure a lot of people understand that struggle. So, you know, if I have a son, I'm going to name him Pua. Thank God for Pua. I mean, it really saved us. And I'm sure, you know, a lot of people can say the same. But, you know, with our revolves around uncertainty. It's really just preparing for, you know, it's hustling, it's going with the punches, it's adapting. And if anything, you know, Frank and I are so used to winning and losing and having to adapt. So, you know, we're just, you know, swinging as hard as we can. One is just around the corner. We got that next pool coming in, so you know, there's a lot of bright things in the horizon. And you know, Frank will be heading out to California for his next fight camp in January. So that's our focus. You know, okay, what do we got to do? Baby's coming. You know, we just got to prepare and forget about what happened in the past and just keep pushing forward. And that's kind of the message that Frank and I always push. You know, it's like, hey, you can cry about what happened, you can cry about the losses, or you can just adapt, adjust, and push forward. And that's all we can do. That's all we're gonna do. And, you know, we're really hopeful for 2021.
Yeah, I think we all are. But first step is for maybe Frank to change his nickname to Frank the Bank Camacho. That might, you know, given the circumstances.
That's my bank account.
And, you know, we all have that source of strength that we need to draw on. You've got the family, you've got your friends, you said your hero that you've been looking up to. And we all need that. Again, everybody said it. It sounds cliche, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. And we all got to, you know, do those little things for ourselves, for our families to get there. And then, you know, maybe in the future, in a year or two, we can look back and say, man, we made it, we did it. And JJ, over to you. We talked about how your year has been with the shutdowns and then the reopening. So obviously now, have you gotten the strength to be able to forecast a little bit? How's this early 2021 looking for you?
Yeah, fortunately, I'm under contract with ONE FC, and you know they're promising to get me going. Singapore, thankfully, has opened back up. They're doing events again, so I'll be able to get over there soon. But you know, my wife's due with our third daughter in April. The biggest thing that I'm thinking about, not even the fight anymore. I was there for Juliet and Isabella's birth. You know, like I always joke and say that I helped push them out because you know the doctor's telling you like, all right, hold your breath, now push. Okay, so I found myself doing that. I have a photo of me after the birth, and Cheska's, you know, smiling real big, holding Isabella, and I'm laid out on the couch. I'm dead because, you know, I was pushing with her. And, you know, as of right now, GMH isn't letting the dads in for delivery. So I'm like, whoa, that's a deal breaker for me, guys. I mean, we're going to have to go to Sagwa if that's the case. And so, I mean, my biggest thing is I just want everything to be opened up to where I can be in the delivery room with my third daughter.
So you can really go important. 5 rounds in the octagon, but gassing out, helping your wife give birth.
You know, no, and that's so true. I mean, like, you know, any workout, I'm fine, but for some reason, you know, like all the adrenaline and the nerves and everything, it was just too much for me in the delivery room, and I found myself just laid out, like hyperventilating. So, you know, there we were.
That's funny. You talk about, you know, nerves and stuff like that. You think your first fight back in the ring? I mean, there's going to be a lot of pent up emotions, aggression, nerves after all this. How are you planning on handling that?
Man, I've had 50 plus fights. I'm not nervous for anything anymore. But, you know, like yeah, I'm not worried about the next fight. I'm worried about being there for the birth of my daughter right now. You know, that's the biggest thing for me.
Well, fantastic. We look forward to, you know, following your fight career as it continues once you get back in there. Sarah, you know, congratulations to you both on the upcoming additions to the family. So thank you again for taking part in this Protect Guam campaign. Josh, back to you. We'll go ahead and wrap things up. Anything else you want the people to know?
I just want to invite the entire community to participate in the campaign and want to see your stories, want to see your pictures. And if you have videos, please share them. Submit them through your Instagram profile, put the hashtag Protect Guam or whatever contest you're interested in, put that hashtag there. We'll get to see it. Or you can just go to visitguam.com and upload your content and you're automatically entered. And we'll be happy to announce the winners soon. So thank you so much for letting us share this great campaign with you. And we look forward to seeing even more content. And yeah, congrats to JJ and Sarah on the upcoming additions to the family. I'm really happy for you guys. And I hope to see you out when things get more normal.
Yeah, as crappy as this year has been, there is some great things to look forward to, and Protect Guam, we can all kind of get on board with that and look at everybody's lives through those Instagram posts. So Josh, Sarah, JJ, thank you guys so much for being on the show. We look forward to following you again, and please be safe.
Yes, be safe.
All right, that'll do it from the cool kids here, us key opinion leaders in the Zoom room. Gonna throw it back into the studio. Vic, here on the link.
So, Randy.
That was such a great interview. That was funny. It's so relatable what they were saying, especially Sarah. You take the punches and you just keep on going, you keep on rolling. So, please, everybody, join in on this campaign. Protect Guam. We've
all had to roll with the punches this year. After this year, I feel like I've been jumped by Frank and JJ doing this with all the punches we've taken. But we've got to keep on, man. Like you said, like Sarah, JJ, and Josh said, just bring a little bit of enjoyment to this and highlighting those that have not had the ability to take a day off during this pandemic. Our heroes. That are keeping Guam afloat. We appreciate it. And I mean, that's just a debt that we can't say thank you enough.
Yeah. And, I did see the post on Instagram with Sarah and her hero with Callan. Callan's such a beautiful person. And she's been on our shows with KUAM in the past with the last election. And
Callan's funny, too.
Yeah, comedian.
Callan's super funny.
Yeah, and even JJ, he's been on the show. I remember when, like you said, when it was closed, and he was with several other gym owners telling their story and their struggle. So yeah, it's nice to see that they're back open on a limited capacity. But we did hear tomorrow from the Lieutenant Governor that a new executive order is coming out. We're going to see more reopenings, and just pray for the best as we head into 2021.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's take a quick break and we'll wrap up the show.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Noben Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
All right, minutes away from closing out the show. We're back with the last bit of it. Good morning, you guys. Sabrina Salas, Matt Tinani, back with the link.
Another great show, guys.
Yeah, good times.
Good times. Almost, another 3-day weekend?
I'll take that.
Maybe not for Jason. Maybe not for Jason.
Yeah.
Jason's kind of like, wait, we're
No,
on.
No, you know what
That's
it is?
not fair.
As we've been talking more and more about this special show that we've been doing, Hindsight 2020 and everything like that, I'm really starting to think of, what were the most poignant, at least to me, right? Sound bites, images, video clips, stories that people shared, things that people revealed. I mean, it's going to be really, really hard to just get this down to. I mean, we could just have one of those specials where it was nothing, but we're not even part of the show, and just run soundbite after soundbite after soundbite. But we're going to do something real special for you, and for us, it's a chance to look back. It's a chance to celebrate our community. But I think it's fair to say also it's, in no small part, it's also revisiting a very dark place for many of us. And as I'm sure it's going to be for all of you. So we're going to do our very best on this, because certainly this is a year that we can't forget as much as we would like to.
Right. And again, Hindsight 2020, that drops Thursday, New Year's Eve, 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8, and will also be streaming live on our Facebook page. So that is going to do it for us here on The Link. We will see you again tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Oh, and
or as Joseph says, dark and early.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock.
And you know what? We don't want to skip too far ahead into the future, but you know what actually happens in the new year? We're going to inaugurate some new leaders.
Yes.
That's coming up. I can't, so much is going on. We haven't even talked about that. The mayors will be inaugurated. The senators will be inaugurated. Who else? Do the groups
the GEB, Guam Education Board,
Consolidated
CCU,
Commission on Utilities gets,
I mean, public auditor, BJ ran unopposed, but yeah. So yeah, that's January 6th.
And the congressman assumedly will be on island for his inauguration. Or
No,
does he
no,
have to
no,
do
no.
it? Does he have to do it in DC?
DC, yeah.
He has to do it in
Yeah.
DC. Okay.
With everybody else. When is the mayor's council?
The mayor's is at noon on Monday.
Monday. Okay.
And
And
Mr. Joser and I are going to be there in person. We'll be bringing that to you guys live.
yeah, we're doing the live stream, and I think that's at, you said noon.
Yeah.
So we may be cutting out possibly just to kind of do the logistics down there in Agania. But that's also what we understand is the same day for the inauguration of the 36th Guam legislature. We've been waiting for some more information about how and when and where for the legislature. So once we get that information, of course, we will pass that along.
And what we do know from this point, I mean, don't want to stretch too much because we are at the top of the hour, but the planning committees have said, I mean, I was very, very lucky that my father was a 2-term senator. So it is a very, very big deal, obviously, for families, and everybody wants to attend. But they said they're going to keep it very short, very brief. They're going to make sure that everybody's socially distant, but still figure out some way to give everybody a chance to participate and to celebrate.
Right. And if it is anything like Josh was mentioning, it could possibly be how they did the Youth Congress inauguration.
Right.
All the chairs were all socially distant, and it's going to be streaming, so you can watch it from home, and I'm sure we'll be sharing the link as well.
And now you know what we have to put on our journalism hats, because we wonder now if the senators, if they're separated by physical distance and they're only going to be in Zoom, if they're going to be any more aggressive when they separate the committees. Because, sometimes it's like, okay, I nominate Vic to be in charge of, like economy. I nominate Joe Sir to be in charge of healthcare. Now, if they're a little bit more, free to go at it, they might actually jump at this.
Well, I mean, that's just that's just formalities, right? They make all those nominations, but they typically already know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this week we might even get the releases on who will be the speaker, vice speaker. Yeah, and then same on the minority side, who will be the minority leader, etc. So I know that what I've heard is that they're all in caucus within their respective parties.
Let's play closest to the wall here on the link, and with you guys in comments. Let's say, who do you guys think is going to be speaker and vice speaker? And whoever wins, everybody else buys them like a bag of chips or something. Yeah, Sabrina will make cookies for whoever gets it right.
That might be a lot of people. All right, everybody. Jason, you can go off on your tangents off the air.
I'm sure I will.
He's going to do a poll.
So, anybody watch Smurfs today?
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.